Hello? Okay, we'll go to the regular starting soon screen. There you go. It looks like the chat relay from YouTube to Twitch is not working. Why? Why is it not working? There we go. It works. Nice. Okay. Hello, guys. How's it going? I'm sorry I'm late. I slept in. I slept in. I didn't think I would sleep in that late, but I did. I even went to bed earlier. I went to sleep early. Kind of early. Earlier than normal. But then I just slept in later. Normally I'm on by like noon at the latest. Usually like between 11 and 12. That's my window. But I woke up at 11:49. So no text to speech? I was waiting for it, Rich. Where's the text to speech? What the hell? You got scammed. Well, anyways, thanks for the tier 3. Huge. Why didn't that work?
Hey, how
There
you
you go.
doing, lil mama? Let me whisper in ya ear, tell ya something that ya might like to hear. Got a sexy ass body and ya ass looks soft. Mind if I touch it to see if it's soft? Nah, I'm just playing
To see
less
if
you
it's
say
soft.
I can.
Very glad that Blizzard is implementing more and more accessibility features into this game. Luckily, in addition to being an accessibility feature, the upcoming one-button rotation feature will allow gray parsers like Jedith to improve their raid performance. You know, as much as you're memeing, you're not wrong. That's messed up, man. Right? Ready to learn how to do better at DH? No promises. No promises. Y'all leave Jedith alone. Yeah. Yeah, listen to Lifted Yeti. The only person around here that sticks up for me. God. He wants to abandon us for Muggsy next week because he's embarrassed. Dude, I was online. I was ready to raid last night. I bought consumables. I was ready. And then Fire messaged me 5 minutes. 5 minutes after 9:45. So like 9:50. He was like, yeah, we're going to sit you tonight because you're out next week. Which, you know, I am out next week by choice. Going on vacation. But I figured, you know, I had maybe 2 more raid nights. Last night and tonight. Nope. Nope. And I mean, that's fine. I'm not even mad about it. I'm actually kind of glad. Yeah, that's how it went. He waited right up until the wire. I was online. I was ready. You know, had my snacks, had my drink. Was mentally prepared for 3 hours of torture. Missed you in the cage last night? Who was going in instead of me? What's up, Arya? What's up, Jokey? Pants for the first and burst for the second. So Pants was void elfing out, and burst was not going out. I don't think druids can get out, can they? Dungeon trinkets, 2 dinars? Is that a thing? Huh. Yep, they did. Wow. They listened. Why is this formatting all weird? There we go. Mythic plus dungeon trinkets added to Dinar vendor. Myth track needs mythic 12s. When the Turbo Boost event goes live on May 13th, it will include some additional opportunities for players who prefer Mythic Plus dungeons. The weekly quest that provides puzzling cartel chips will now offer players a choice between killing 4 raid bosses in Liberation of Undermine or completing 4 Mythic Plus dungeons. Additionally, the vendor will now offer a selection of trinkets from Season 2 dungeons, in addition to the previously planned raid items. Purchasing Hero Track dungeon trinkets or Hero Track raid gear will have no requirement other than the currency cost. This means that regardless of how you obtained your puzzling cartel chips, you can exchange them for Hero Track raid items or Hero Track dungeon trinkets. Can you guys hear the construction outside? I have my window open and I can hear it in my headphones. No? Okay. What if I mute the music? No? Okay. As long as you guys can't hear it, that's good. Okay. Mythtrack dungeon trinkets will require both the currency and having beaten the timer in all Season 2 Mythic Plus dungeons at Mythic 12 or higher, which we have. A lot of us have at this point. Okay. I just heard a truck backing up for half a sec. Yeah, that's what's going on up there. There's some trucks, there's some digging, I think, some drilling. Okay, let's see. The Myth Track raid gear will require both the currency and a victory over the item's associated boss in Mythic difficulty, Liberation of Undermine. Our goal here is to ensure that players who enjoy Mythic Plus dungeons have a way to use this new event to obtain items they may have been chasing for weeks. Cool. Okay. Are Resilient Keys character-based, or is it for your whole warband? Ah, that is a great question. I feel like they're character-based. I'm pretty sure they're character-based. Resilient is character-based. Yeah. They're cooking, Daniel. They're in the kitchen. Have you changed your mind about onion snack, aka chickened out, or are we still good to do it? I need to know in advance. Why do you need to know in advance? It's not that deep. I'm confused. Oh, I need to fix my pants. Dude, you're not gonna buy an onion in Croatia and travel with it and bring it all the way to London. That's psychotic behavior.
I have many lucky doos. You like? Punches, lucky doos and root.
That is psychotic.
May your feet find good trails.
It's clean as fuck, not gonna lie. Okay, how about this mog, though? I think this one's better.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
No, not that one. Whoops. Oh, shit. Did I lose it? Oh, man, I lost it again. Okay, we need to remake it. I don't know how I keep losing it. Okay, this headpiece is always hard to find. It blends in. Lost a mug multiple times. Yeah, somehow it gets saved over. I don't know what I do to make that happen, but I lose it all the time. Okay, we're getting there. Where are the boots? There they are. Okay. Right, now the shovels. I think they're axes? No. Swords? There they are, swords. Okay, and the final touch. The steaming shit enchant. And then just fix the back real quick. We could use the chicken this time. How is Shit Shoveler 2.0 different from the first version? It's not. I think I just lost the first one for a while. For like half a year. And then I decided to make it again. So that's why it's 2.0. Oh, the gloves are wrong. You need to wear gloves when you're shoveling shit. What ones am I looking for? Oh, I don't know. Gloves all look the same. I guess they're not that important. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Perfect. Save.
Beware of Yeti.
Jedith's gonna hit apply, walk away, and have to redo this in a week. I think that's what happens. Yeah. Been playing this game 6 months now. I didn't even know you could do that to weapons. Do what? Turn them into shovels? Hey man, I haven't played any of the newest update. Am I fucked or reckon I could still get good IO? Oh yeah, we're not even like halfway through the season yet. You could catch up in like a few days. How do you make your mouse cursor do that? This? It's an add-on. Oh god. The construction's getting louder. Okay, I'll just turn the music up. Posted my Mog and Transmog channel. Jokey making me open more windows. Okay, so you got Nerubar Palace shoulders. You've got Dragonflight season 3 or 4 headpiece. Oh, this is Liberation of Undermine Shoulders? These are this season's shoulders. I knew it was one of the raids. Do I like this? Do I like this? I like the top half. Well, the top third. I like the head and the shoulder combo. The rest just looks too busy. This just looks like slop mud. You need some more excitement down here, you know? You know what I mean? Arya next. Okay, okay. Okay, so you have the red version. You got the skirt? Kilt? I don't know what you would call it. Everyone posts their mugs for Jed live review. Oh god. Be here all day. I like the simplicity of it. I don't like the weapons. That's just me. That's just my opinion. I think the weapons, I know what you're going for. It's kind of the same color, but not quite. It's like the Shadow Flame type of thing, but the weapons are lighter. Different kind of tone, you know? Okay. Dan's transmog has kind of like what's the vibe I'm thinking? Like a 90s cartoon. That's what I think of. You guys ever see the cartoon The Tick from the 90s? For some reason it reminds me of that. I don't know why. But that's just kind of what I'm getting here. Have you seen that Dark Fuse chest? Oh, the... Yeah. Yeah. The trench coat type of thing? I have seen that, yeah. Okay, this one... Why does it look like he's a dwarf? He looks stumpy. Oh, is it the boots? Legs look torn. Yeah, the big boots, I think, cut you off and make you look scrunched. I would change the boots. But this is very similar to Jelkies, right? Very similar to Jelkies, where you're using the War Within set on the shoulders and the chest. And then the Dragonflight headpiece and legs. Different weapons. You get points for the weapons. I'll give you that. But yeah, change the boots. And maybe the belt, too. Yeah, this is my Discord. Okay, Arya. Okay, so this is for your druid, right? This is your druid. I see what you're going for. Personally, I'm not a fan of the subtle transmogs, but that's just me. I generally go for very flashy mogs or horrendous looking mogs, like, you know, obviously, shit shoveler. But this is like a subtle, like, good, almost RP mog. The weapon, I would change. I don't like the level 1 weapon. Good NPC mog, yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like I could hand in a quest to you, and you'd give me 10 gold. Like the hearts on the boots. I did notice those. That's a nice touch. You could also go for, like, no pants. That would give you some extra points, you know? Hey, Arya gifted a sub to Thalen. Thanks, Arya. There's your 10 gold. Yes. Perfect. $10 gold to wipe out an entire village and loot them. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, this is Dan's. He says he has the wrong hands on, but I think they kind of work. So, yeah, definitely he's a furry. So we got to keep that in mind. Because he's a furry, we got to judge him within a certain set of parameters, right? He can only look so good. There's a limit. So we got to keep that in mind. I like the glasses and I like the shawl, I guess you can call it, the cape. I tend to use those a lot as well. I don't have the black one though, the gray one. For your pants, I can't tell if that's your natural fur or if that's the same pants that I'm wearing. Oh, it looks like it's pants because there's a seam on the side. Updated without hands. Okay, yeah, definitely better without the hands. Yeah, okay, I see the pants now. I like the bow. I think it might be a little distracting, though. I think it might be too big.
That's what she said.
I do like it, though. Like, if I looked at you from a certain angle, that bow would probably cover your entire body and head. I like it, though. I like it. Oh god, we got more. They're flooding in. Okay, this one. Okay. This one, I get what you're going for. I understand. I feel like there's a lot of clashing colors, though. You got different shades of blue, right? The boots are very different from the pants, just different from the blue and the rest of the pieces. The weapon, I guess, has both different colors of blue. It has the light and it has the dark with the enchant, but this seems like a mess right here. Then you have a red and a blue weapon. I think this needs to cook a little bit more. There's a bit more cooking to do with this one. Okay, cams. Cams is a classic. Cams is a Shadowlands special. Right? Shadowlands special. She has the red Eridar skin, which is top notch. Super cool. She's got the Venthyr dress. And obviously the candle on her head. She's got the backpack. One thing I would say is that there might be some better weapon options and offhand options. There might be something more interesting that can go there. Otherwise, I think it's super cool. New Wowhead article. All right. Tier 2 recolors. Oh, yeah, what's Demon Hunter gonna get? Lore walking. Pirate Dragon Mount. Finally. Patch 11.17 Legacy of Aerithor preview. Okay, I knew this was coming. I was expecting this yesterday. Hold on. Let me open this in a different window. We'll get back to transmog rating in a second. Hold on. Okay. Take your adventures further in the Legacy of Aerithor, our next content update. You'll amp up the challenge and overcharge delves. What? Get a helping hand with a new combat assistant. And single button assistant. And more. Oh, the combat assistant is the system. Okay. I thought they were saying there's going to be a new delve helper. New Arathi Highlands campaign. Oh, we're going back there for a third time. While attentions have been focused on Khazalgar, a new storm is brewing in the Arathi Highlands. Tensions are rising between the Horde and Alliance. Join Faerun and Daneth as they attempt to quell the rising tides of hostility between the two factions in a new multi-quest campaign. You'll get to experience this new 2-chapter storyline with branching viewpoints for each faction as you play through. Players will receive a few new rewards for their efforts. Alliance, Stromgarde Tabard. Oh boy. Horde, Maghar Tabard. Wow. Shoulder transmog inspired by Faerun's own pauldrons. Now that's cool. I like that. Go lore walking with Lore Walker Cho. Players level 10 and above can speak with Lore Walker Cho in either Stormwind, Orgrimmar, or Dornogal for a renewed questing experience. You'll step back into some iconic lore moments in Azeroth with both previous quests and a few new ones. Okay, so they're going to use this to tell different perspectives of stories we've already experienced. Hey, person 1390, thank you for the tier 1. No, okay, so it's not BFA time walking. It's not time walking for dungeons. It's time walking for very specific moments in the storyline that happened in the past, right? So meeting the Ethereals in Netherstorm, so that's the Burning Crusade. And this is relevant now. This is relevant now because we're going to be dealing with the ethereals very soon, right? And I think this is something they need to do, this one specifically, because we fought Dimensius, right? That's like the fucking leader. This is the Void Lord that like runs everything. We already fought that motherfucker in the Burning Crusade. That's the expansion. So they have to like go back and tell that story again, or tell like a different perspective of it to make it work with what we're doing in the War Within in the future, or in Midnight. So you could call it a retcon, but it's not quite a retcon. It's kind of what they've been doing with Season of Discovery, right? Where you go back to these moments that did happen in the canon storyline, where you're just seeing it from a different perspective, and you see other things that happened that you might not have seen from the original perspective. Okay, so meet the Ethereals, travel to Netherstorm to fight Dimensius, experience the Xal'atath storyline. Obviously, this is something they need to do because Xal'atath is super relevant now, and a lot of people might not know what actually happened in Legion with that storyline. Legion and BFA. Smidge, thank you for the tier 1, man. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Face the past with Arthas. Return to Stratholme for a condensed version of the culling. Feel the stinging cold of betrayal and wrath of the Lich King, and confront old memories as you step into the role of the Lich King. I wonder why they're doing this one. There's got to be some reason. But this is interesting. You're going to be the Lich King rather than a player trying to stop the Lich King. Right? My guess for this one is it's going to give more perspective on the Dreadlord that was there. Which Dreadlord was at the end of the Culling of Stratholme? Balnazar? Was it Mal'Ganis? Yeah. So I'm thinking that's why they're going to do this. That's the only like through line I can think of for the story going forward. Yeah. Think Sylvanas might make a comeback? She's going to come back for Midnight. Yeah, she's going to come back in Midnight. My prediction is, you know, the Void Lords and the Void in general are going to be attacking the Sunwell in Quel'Thalas. And we're going to have to defend it. Sylvanas is going to come back from the Shadowlands with an army of, you know, spirits, dead people. Didn't we kill Mal'Ganis in the Lords of Dread fight? Yeah, I don't think Dreadlords killed in the Shadowlands actually die, though. I think they're like, demons, where if they die anywhere outside of the Twisting Nether, they don't actually die. I could be wrong. What if What if these 3 different questing experiences or moments are like directly tied to each expansion? What if this one, the ethereal one, is tied to the War Within because we're going there next for the raid? The Xalatath storyline, right? Obviously tied to Midnight. Maybe she survives the War Within. We still have to deal with her in Midnight, possibly. And then the Arthas one, you know, we're going to Northrend in The Last Titan, so obviously there's going to be something. There's some relevance there. I don't know if it would be that simple and that direct, but it could be. Or it could be the other way around. Maybe this one is the War Within relevant one. The ethereal one is the Midnight one. And then this is the Last Titan. Wait, what? What, Cam? What? What? Sylvanas coming back? No. Well, we're assuming. We're assuming she's going to come back. Nothing confirmed, but it seems pretty obvious. It's like the poetic thing that's going to happen in Midnight, right? Like, the Void is after the Sunwell. We already know that. And what better way for Sylvanas to redeem herself finally, to come back and save her people from the attack of the Void, you know? It's like poetic justice, almost. So, like, if that doesn't happen, I'd be very surprised. Okay, anyways, let's move on. Overcharged delves. Things are about to become even more dangerous in delves for you and Bran. We're introducing a new delve-specific affix to 6 delves to push you to new feats of heroism, or to earn more shiny loot. So Kriegwald's Rest, Skittering Breach, Spiral Weave, Nightfall, Fungal Folly, Side Street Sluice. I know everyone hates Fungal Folly. I kind of like it. It's fast. You'll engage with rare new enemies, more traps, and unlock traits in a new trait tree specific to overcharged delves. A new trait tree specific to overcharged delves. Selecting the right traits can turn the tides of traps by making them more beneficial rather than a detriment to your progress. I wonder if they're trying to make this a bit more akin to Horrific Visions. Right? Like a bit of a slightly higher difficulty challenge. And just like a bit more customization with a trait tree. It sounds like they're trying to make it like Visions for sure. Okay. Additional new rewards. Titan Disc Belt. Unlock the Titan Disc Belt at the start of the event and upgrade it through a weekly quest. This I'm unsure of. I don't know how good this is going to be if people outside of doing Delve content are going to want to wear it. Like if you're going to want to wear it in Raid and Mythic Plus. I hope not, because that interferes with embellishments a little bit. And also it's just another item slot that's locked in. We have another slot that's locked. We already have tier slots that are locked in. Cersei Circlet, I don't think we'll be using it by then. We might replace Cersei Circlet. Yeah. I guess we'll see. Yeah, Circlet's definitely going to be gone by then. So maybe that's okay. You're just replacing one locked-in slot for another. Belt is kind of a harmless slot, which is fine. Rich and I are going to go to breakfast. All right, have fun. Have fun, have fun. Yeah, if it's just a delve item, then that's okay. But how would they make it delve specific, you know? Other than capping it at whatever item level they want, but yeah. Probably would be highlighted more if it was like circlet. Maybe. I guess we'll see. New mount, overcharged mech suit. Okay. New gear, more delves currency. New UI options, combat assistant and single button assistant. We're going to watch this video later. I'm going to do a little react to it. But yeah, I'm sure everyone heard about this yesterday. We'll talk more about that later. The Greedy Emissary returns. Later during this content cycle, we'll be bringing back the Greedy Emissary event. What is that? During this event, you'll be able to encounter even more of these deviously greedy emissaries. Huh? Including a mount. You won't want to miss some truly iconic rewards, including recolors. Oh, the Diablo event. Right. Okay, I remember that. Hey, just woke up from a nap, about to chow down on some lunch. Ooh, what are you having? I haven't eaten anything. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Diablo event. I remember. It's kind of a cool recolor. Just the Paladin set. Death Knight, Hunter, Mage. I like the Hunter one. Hunter gets a gold set? Holy shit. The DK one looks like Bolvar in the Shadowlands cinematic? Yeah, for sure. The shoulders. Mage one is okay. I don't love it. It's okay. I like the current Mage one better. TBH. Creamy chicken Mexican pasta and some black beans with a Red Bull Pink Edition. Ooh. All of that sounds amazing. Monk, Shaman, and Evoker. Okay, the Monk one is just always sick. Doesn't matter what colors you put on it. I do prefer the other colors. For Monk in particular. I think it just fits the Monk style a bit better, but the red and black is definitely cool. Shaman. I feel like this could have looked better if they picked a race that didn't have the exact same skin tone as the armor. That was a choice. That was a choice. The Evoker. I don't love this one. I feel like this color of red is a little cheap looking. It looks like, I don't know. It looks like questing gear. Like, the gold obviously doesn't look like questing gear, but this shade of red always just doesn't do well with me. Don't love it. And the boots are a different color. Why? Why are the boots black? Okay. What do we got here? Warrior, Druid, Priest. Okay, this Warrior one is top tier. A+. Maybe even S+. Super cool. Love it. Really, really cool. I have the other version of this, the one that was for the anniversary event, and it's like more bright colors. But this one's super cool too, if you like a different like vibe to it. I missed the Transmog fashion show earlier. Okay, we'll take a look at yours. I think we have a couple more to look at, actually. So we'll take a look at that after this article. Chest and gloves were great too. They just had a red breastplate on top. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. You're right. You're right. I don't know, though. I feel like the boots are too big of a spot for it to be black. I feel like at least this, like, shin guard part should be red. And they could leave the feet black. I'm not saying I'm a fan either. Yeah. You're right, though. There is some black tucked in there. Okay. Druid. Again, I'm not a big fan of the red color. The red and the orange, I feel like it's just a little cheap. So, you know, if you're a druid and you're going for like an autumn theme, going for a seasonal theme, you know, that can work. Priest. Eh. I think people will like this because it's pink. Right? You got the pink fanatics like tatted. Though I don't think it's quite the right shade of pink. But I think some people will like this. It's not as flashy as I would like. I think there's other priest sets that look way better. That's just me. Okay, what do we got here? Rogue, Demon Hunter, Warlock. The Rogue one, I'm pretty sure the original set that this is modeled after was already very similar to this. I'm almost certain. Yeah. So, I mean, we've already talked about this a ton of times. The silhouette on this set is strange to me. Like I said with every other set, I don't like the red-orange colorway. I think that's, again, cheap looking. Yeah, just doesn't do it for me. Doesn't do it. I think this and the last set that we got, like the other version of this, if I had to choose between the two, I'd go for the other one. Even though the other one is like gold and green and everything we said we hate or that we're sick of. I feel like this one has no flash to it. You know? It's just very dull looking. I think this set looks better on a male. Not on a Night Elf male. Dude, Night Elf males look so ridiculous. Night Elf males are like the goofiest looking race. It's starter zone set. It kind of looks like it, right? And then Warlock, I don't know. Delete Warlocks. Just delete them. You like mine though? Yeah, but yours kind of has the goofy vibe already. You know, that's what you're going for. I'm very serious. Alongside this event, we're also providing a collector's bounty buff, which will aid players in the hunt for legacy loot by increasing drop rates and legacy content throughout Azeroth. Whoa. What does that mean? Hey, Toxic BFFs. Thank you for the tier 1. Male elves are either manly looking or looking gay. There's no in between. I think the thing with night elf males for me is that their arms are so long. It's like the old, like, human male models where their forearms were bigger than their torso, you know? And the night elf male arms are super long. They go past their knees. 0.7 patch seems like much more massive than 0.5 one. Oh, it is. That's usually how it goes now. That's usually what they're doing. The 0.5 is like a, you know, a whatever thing. And then the 0.7 is the bigger one. And then, you know, after this, right? You have to remember, after this, we get the actual patch with the raid and all the other new systems that are coming with the new season. So all of these, like, overcharged or supercharged delves, we don't know if they're going to continue into the next 0.2 raid, but they're definitely here for this patch, which is pretty cool. So yeah, what is this? Collector's Bounty buff, which will aid players in the hunt for legacy loot by increasing drop rates in legacy content. What qualifies as legacy content? And yeah, does it apply to mounts? And I feel like if you go into a raid and you kill a boss, you're already getting a ton of loot. Because it's dropping loot for an entire raid from the loot table, right? Like, is it just going to drop every piece from its loot table guaranteed? Legacy content is anything 2 expansions older. It's a specific flag they set. Okay, okay. I mean, yeah, I guess my question still stands. Like, how much more can you get from a boss? If it's applying to mounts, then that definitely makes a bit more sense. Which I think it might. Because mounts are, again, just on a boss's loot table with just a lower drop chance than gear. They might piss off a lot of people if they put it on mounts, though. See Tuesday, raid starts, 5th Mugsy Prog. Alright, dude. Good luck. Good luck, good luck. Slip into the turbulent timeways with Battle for Azeroth. During this update cycle, we're refreshing turbulent timeways with the addition of Battle for Azeroth in the rotation. This event will span 6 weeks, beginning and ending with Battle for Azeroth. Yeah. I feel like we just did Turbulent Timeways not too long ago, and it gave us that B mount. But hey, let's do it again. Fuck yeah. The cool thing with this event is every week, the, like, quest reward for doing however amount of dungeons, like 5 dungeons or whatever, gives you, I think it was giving heroic gear? Heroic raid gear? So that's pretty cool. Be a good catch-up system for alts. So week 1, Battle for Azeroth. Week 2, Mists of Pandaria. Week 3, Burning Crusade. Week 4, Warlords of Draenor. Week 5, Legion. Week 6, Battle for Azeroth. We'll have 6 new time-walking dungeons for players to undertake. Atal Dazar, Freehold, King's Rest, ugh. Shrine of the Storms, ugh. Temple of Sethralis? I forget how we said it back then. Did we say Sethralis or Sethralis? I think we said Sethralis. That seems more natural to me. And Waycrest Manor. Players can also shop at a new Battle for Azeroth vendor that can be found in the harbors of Borealis and Dazar Allure. Oh, the pirate mount. The pirate dragon. Master the Timeways, and you can also earn the new Chrono Corsair Skyriding mount. ... And more. This is a little ominous. and more. Huh? We'll share more details about these events and more in the coming weeks. In the meantime, you'll be able to head into the public test realm to check them out. Cool. So, yeah. Very nice that they're finally giving us this dragon. We had him in Tazavesh, and everyone wanted him as a mount. The first time we saw him as a boss, we were like, okay, that has to be a mount. I feel like they might have toned him down a bit, though. Didn't he used to have, like, more stuff on him? Either way, still cool. It's toned down? Yeah, I thought so. The gear sets, okay, whatever. I mean, we're gonna earn them anyways. Sure. The combat assistant, we're gonna talk about that later. Additional new rewards. Yeah, I want to learn more about this belt. It's actually really important to know what their plan is with this. Like, is this the borrowed power for this patch? Or is it just for delves? How do we feel about banning the term DK in chat? Fucking yes. Full support. Executive decision. I'm making it. Ban it. Yeah, overcharged delves sounds like they're trying to make Horrific Visions, but with the delve system, which I really like. Also curious to see what the extended, or the enhanced rewards for these are going to be. Right? How close they're going to bring that to the top of the eye level. I wonder if they're trying to give delves the opportunity to compete with Mythic Plus and raiding in terms of gear. Or maybe it's just trinkets. Maybe you can just get the trinkets at a higher eye level, which that also would be problematic because there's a lot of fucking super powerful delve trinkets that would cause some problems. Is there class buffs? There will be. There definitely will be. They're not going to go over that in this post. This is just a post kind of outlining the features of the patch. Once data mining happens, then there's going to be a lot more specifics on a lot of this stuff. They didn't do any tuning in 0.7 in Season 1? I don't know. I don't remember. But, I mean, surely there's going to be some changes, right? Like, we get changes all the time. We get bug fixes, we get balancing, tuning, nerfs. Happens all the time. Anytime they put new systems into the game, give us new gear, increase the eye level of stuff, they always need to go back and fine-tune things. So I would like bet a lot of money that, not even because anything in this article, but just because, you know, the eye level of all the items is being boosted by, what, 6 eye levels? On the myth track gear, on the heroic track gear, you know, that's going to require them to go back and tune some classes or fix some things. Let us buy the heroic versions of the delve trinkets with undercoin or some shit. That would be cool. If they cost like a lot of undercoin, I could get behind that. Having delve trinkets be bis is dumb as fuck. Make them all normal instead. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think they should go in the opposite direction. Because like I said, a lot of those trinkets are pretty powerful, just in how they work. So making them too strong, giving them too high of an item level, it could ruin the viability of a lot of other trinkets, Mythic Plus, raid trinkets. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Is Wowhead posting anything else? No. Look at the BIS DK trinkets, almost all delve ones. Really? What trinkets are DKs using? They added Mythic Plus trinkets to Dinars? Yep. Yep, they did. Which I don't know if I would partake in. Maybe I would buy a pacemaker. But would I want that over something else? Like, chances are I'm probably gonna... Like, we're gonna be killing Gallywix for sure. But I don't think I would be first in line for the ring. Only Mythic Plus trinkets or weapons too? From Mythic Plus, it's just trinkets. Yeah, there's no good, like, proc weapon or anything from Mythic Plus. Yeah, I don't know how I would approach the Dinars. Like, I would want a Gallywix ring. But also, like, we're gonna be killing Gallywix a lot. So I'm bound to get one eventually. But then what else would I spend it on? You get 3 items. Ring, trinket, trinket. Seems pretty reasonable. Just leads to whether the pacemaker is better than House of Cards. Well, I think I would buy both of those. Oh, Muggsy weapon. Right. But again, I'm like one of the few people in my raid that can actually use those. So if they ever do drop, they're going to me instantly. Yeah. So I probably wouldn't spend it on that. I think yeah, maybe I would get the ring. Ring, a pacemaker. House of Cards. Because even if I'm going to get the ring eventually, I'm not going to be getting it first. I'm not going to be getting it second. Probably not third, fourth, or fifth. So even if I can just get it early, that's going to help make my damage a bit better, you know? House of Cards, everyone's chasing that. Yeah, that's not a trinket I would get if it dropped either. Because everyone wants that, so... The more people who buy the ring with chips increases your chance of getting it. That's also true. Because other people are going to have the same mindset where they think they're not going to get the ring, so they go and buy it. You have a point. But again, I don't know what else I would spend it on. Like, ring, pacemaker, House of Cards. I already have a Myth Track Priory, Signet of the Priory. But if I got a House of Cards, I maybe wouldn't even use this. The back, maybe? Nah. The cloak from Sprocket? Yeah, it's bad stats for us. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Those are the only 3 things I really would want, I guess. Like I said, the Muggsy weapon I'm going to get. But also, I wonder if we're going to be even killing Muggsy. Like, what if we're just farming Gallywix lockouts? Is that a thing we can do? Is that possible? Skip for farm? But do you even have to do that? Like, can you, if you have a Gallywix lockout, can you just bring an alt in, take the lockout, log off, next week extend it? People will riot if we don't reclear Muggsy. Oh yeah, there's a good trinket, right? But maybe they would just get that trinket with their dinar. You can't duplicate mythic lockets like that? Okay. Well, that answers my question then. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because... yeah, mythic lockouts are... yeah, it's a raid ID rather than... like how heroic works. Right. Okay. So yeah, we would be re-clearing then. God, I hope those bosses get easier. We're gonna have a lot more damage for sure. 18%. Corruption. Higher eye level on our gear. It's just gonna it's gonna cause some problems with like how quickly we kill things and how they shift into different phases. The new one-armed bandit strat. That's basically where you do like the heroic order, right? You push fast enough already. I think we would probably do that on our next kill. We were considering it. Yeah, we were considering it, but I don't think we had the damage when we were doing it, so... yeah, it's like either you do the bomb combos earlier or later. Pretty sure that's how it works. It's gonna be so much faster with another 9% and all that gear. Yeah. An extra 9%, extra eye levels, 6 extra eye levels on all your gear. Corruption. People are gonna have the Gallywix ring, so that's some more shared stats amongst everyone. Food chat time or who's having tacos for lunch? Ooh, dude, I haven't had good tacos in a while. Or a burrito. I can't though. I'm trying to eat better before London. I'm trying to not eat bad. Even though I had McDonald's last night. I'm trying though, okay? I'm trying. Trying my best. Eating better all the time is the way. I know. I need to do that. I need to just like... So what my initial plan was 2 weeks before I leave for London, what I wanted to do was like meal prep, right? Like just make really clean meals that I could eat every day for 2 weeks. Just like, you know, detox myself. Just to get better, you know? And I didn't do that. I kind of forgot. And now I'm under a week before I leave for London. So now it's like, okay, I'm not going to go to the grocery store and buy a bunch of food for, you know, less than a week. So I'm just going to try to eat a little bit better. Try to stay away from sugar. Reduce my portions. Drink lots of water. No snacking. I didn't put any sugar in my coffee. Good sauces from brands like Primal Kitchen make eating clean taste so much better. Oh yeah, when I used to like really cut back on my sugar and like my food that I was eating, I would put Frank's hot sauce on everything. Cuz it's just enough to like make eating bland rice or chicken enjoyable. You're sweet enough. That's right. You're damn right I am. Spices level up your game. Yeah, it depends what I was cooking. Like I would definitely put some spices on chicken when I made it. It depends how like intense you want to get with it. Like you can even like change the type of like cooking oil that you're using. But I feel like if you're going from like complete total horrendous eating and changing everything all at once to like super clean, like sterile, like, you know, like really, really clean, you're bound to fail because it's just too much at once. You gotta like make minor changes first. Ghee for the win. I've never had ghee. I've heard of it though. I've heard of it. I was using coconut oil for a while.
Please proceed.
Wouldn't want to live like that. That's true too.
What is your command?
Yeah, because like if I start doing that right now, I can promise you I'm not going to be eating that way in London. So like, what's the point? You could, but no. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be drinking every night and eating all kinds of food. Hold on. I just remembered I have to pay my credit card. I just remembered. It is the first of the month. Did I see your monk mog yet? No. Hold on. Okay. Did you see that Dr. Lupo cheated in PogChamps? Was that real? Did he actually cheat the way that he said he cheated? Okay. Done. So I just checked out of curiosity. Bis trinkets, Jasters, and maxing out current eye levels gives me about 6% more damage. Add the additional 9% damage buff, and 6 eye level across the board is going to be a ton more damage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be... Like, we're going to be pushing bosses very quickly. Might be problematic.
It's a fine day for trade.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely buying this little guy. Gonna make eye trash for sure. Yeah, bosses are gonna be dying in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. The furries are taking over. I like this guy. It's all about the TMNT mogs. True. Yeah, Timu Tyvon. He's so small. Rocket chicken? Why is Trading Post filled with goofy stuff and not some badass shit? What, you don't like this shark hat? The patchwork green shark hat? It's not badass enough for you? These are kind of cool. These might look really cool with a good weapon enchant on them. Oh, that's a two-hand. Nunchucks. Those are kind of sick. Except we can't use them because they're maces. Oh, the one-hand swords look just like the two-hand swords. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna buy those. God. I'm gonna wait till I have more points before I buy anything. Just so I know how much I have to work with. That's a cool staff. Oh, it's a pole arm. Yo, that's sick. Okay, we'll come back to this later.
Winds be fever.
What was I doing? Transmog. We're gonna rate some transmogs. It's a real thing. Lupo's been banned from any future tournaments. Right. But the method that he was cheating, the method he used for that, is that real? I guess that's my question. Tried to say it was chat. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find what I'm referencing. He might have just been joking. But he posted, he also posted saying, didn't cheat, had a good game and got rolled the rest of the day. No, I saw another post where I think he jokingly said he cheated through anal beads, like the other chess guy who did that. He's probably just poking fun at him. People are turtling up next to you. They're all Kulturan too. But if it was chat helping him, like, wouldn't that be pretty obvious? Couldn't you just check the chat logs? Has the new patch dropped on PTR? Not yet. Not yet. But once it does, you know, Wowhead will be all over that. Oh, they posted it. I don't think they have any answers either yet, though. The offhand shows that it's not transmoggable. No, the offhand does show as transmoggable. So you can use the offhand. But I don't know if that means you can put it on your main hand too. Overcharged delves and the Titan disc belt. Possible new borrowed power in patch 11.17. Yeah, okay. Although the teaser offers limited details, the Titan disc belt certainly sounds analogous. Yep. Analogous to the Circe circlet of patch 1107. Though what's not quite clear is if this is meant to be a delve specific or universal addition to all activities. In a follow-on Blue Post, community managers were quick to acknowledge that the overcharge system is an optional addition to existing delves, though that too is not entirely conclusive as to whether it includes potential power from rewards. In any event, we expect to learn more about overcharged delves, the Titan disc belt, and more patch 11.17 features on the PTR very soon. Yep. Yeah, that's my big question. Is it borrowed power or is it just delve specific? If it's more borrowed power on top of corruption, on top of the extra raid buff we're going to get, on top of the extra eye level we're getting on all of our gear, we're going to be powerful as fuck. The new cart for the trading post? Where? The shopping cart. Where? You're looking at the items. Oh,
Welcome to
yeah,
the
I did
trading
notice that.
post.
Add to cart. I think that is new. You can select multiple items before buying. That's nice. So you can get a total first instead of potentially messing up your math like I always do. Yeah.
Luck be with you.
They're catering to the mathematically challenged. Thanks, Blizz. Okay. While I'm still in yapping mode, should we react to the combat assistant thing? Do it. I'm doing it. Every time. Why, when I pull a window over, it doesn't... Fuck. It doesn't retain its size. Okay. Wait. Let's extend it a bit further this way. There we go. Okay, music off. Hold on. Let me get a drink before we do this. Been lied to about size all my life. Rip. Rip. Okay. Here we go.
Welcome to a special edition of WoWcast, where we're going to talk about a patch 11.1.7 feature, and then a broader discussion about add-ons in World of Warcraft in general. I'm Dratnos, World of Warcraft content creator.
Hi, Dratnos.
I'm Max. I'm the raid leader of Team Liquid, the WoW Guild, and a content creator as well. And I'm Ian Hazzikostas,
Hi,
game
Max.
director on WoW, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys.
Very
Hello,
excited
Ian.
to be here. So what are we doing in 11.1.7?
A whole bunch of fun stuff, but one of the features that we're extra excited about is a new UI option that we're adding called Rotation Assist, which is really designed to help players who are maybe picking up a new spec or want some guidance on what abilities they should be using when without having to turn to
So, okay, right off the bat, as soon as people hear this, rotation assist, the first thing you think of is the Hekili add-on, right? And this is going to be controversial because whenever anybody asks about Hekili in, class discords or my Twitch chat or whatever, we always immediately shut it down. We're like, no, don't do that. You're not going to learn your class that way. You're not going to get better. Having somebody just telling you what to press is never going to give you enough information for you to actually understand what you're doing, why you're pressing those buttons, why you're pressing them in that order. So it's interesting that now we're not going to have a way to prevent people from actually, utilizing something like this because it's going to be built into the game. It's going to be built in for any player from the start, all the way up to level 80 and, even beyond. Once you start getting hero talents and been doing higher end content, everyone's going to have access to this. So it's going to cause some problems, I can tell right away, because when the devs design this, sorry, I'm kind of getting really deep into this pretty early on in this React, but when they design this, they're going to have to come up with their own APL for how a class and a spec works. So an APL is an action priority list. And that's what Sims use to figure out what rotation they use to finally calculate what their DPS is. So the devs are going to have to come up with their own APLs for all different specs, all different potential combinations of talents, because it's not just like, okay, Havoc Demon Hunter has one APL. That's not true, because there's going to be so many different combinations of builds that Havoc can use. There's, an inertia build. There's a momentum build. There's a cycle of hatred build where I-beam is a lesser cooldown. There's essence break. There's non-essence break. So they're going to have to come up with all of these things, and they're going to have to put them in an order, a priority system where hopefully it's identical or somewhat close to what the community uses with their APLs. Because the APLs that we use for Sims, those are handcrafted, right? Those are put together by people to dictate what the rotation is going to be. So there might be differing opinions on like how a rotation should act out, how it should be played, in what order. Inevitably, that's going to happen. There's going to be differences. There's already differences between the APLs we use for Sims and for what is dictated or taught to people on Wowhead. If you just go look up a class guide on Wowhead, a lot of times the opener that's on Wowhead is different than if you go and look to see what a sim is doing. So inevitably it's going to be different, and there's going to be things that might not line up. People are going to get confused. They're going to be like, oh, well, the combat assistant's telling me to do this. Why is Wowhead telling me to do that? So I can see a lot of confusion happening from this, but let's keep watching.
third-party add-ons for it. So we've seen that, there's an add-on called Hekili that is very popular with a lot of players. We're basically building in a very similar version of that into the base UI that you can opt into.
I also wonder if they worked hand in hand with the developer of Hekili. I think his name is Hekili. I wonder if they worked with him to create this, because the fact that they even straight up name drop Hekili makes it seem like they kind of got clearance. They got the go-ahead. They got Hekili's blessing almost. Because in a lot of cases, they would just mention a rotation assistant add-on rather than just straight up naming what that add-on is called.
That will, no matter what DPS spec you're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given your current energy, what's going on around you, and so forth. One extra thing that we're also going to do, which maybe goes a bit beyond what the add-ons can do, is also have a one-button version of that, where there'll be like a keybind that if you just want almost an auto rotation, you can opt into that, and it will just automatically cast the next recommended ability in the sequence.
So that's the big controversy from all of this, is the one button macro for your entire rotation. So this is what it's going to look like on your bar. The keybind, the spot on your action bar is going to have this gold arrow going around. And that just means whenever you press that button, that keybind is going to swap over to the next recommended ability. So while this does seem incredibly powerful, it's not. And we'll see why in a minute. There's a lot of reasons why this isn't going to work for everyone. If you're doing any sort of competitive content, it will likely, in most cases, it will likely be a lot worse for you. And again, we're going to find out why in a second. But this is not like, going to unlock your inner potential. This is for the people who may have like physical disabilities where they can't, perform a true rotation all the time. It's more so an accessibility feature, I would say, or for people who just aren't interested in WoW combat. Like people who are mount collectors or transmog collectors, and they just can't be bothered to learn the rotation because that's not why they play the game. This is for them. But anyways, let's keep watching.
There'll be a small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes, that it's there for people who maybe just honestly aren't interested in the gameplay of like mastering their spec. They want to explore Azeroth and experience the story, and the mechanics kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some DPS check.
I don't think it's about meeting a DPS check. I think it's about clearing up brain bandwidth so people stop dying. I could definitely see that. If there's a DPS who is a brain dead monkey and they keep dying because they're focused on their rotation, you could get the order from your raid leader to be like, hey, enough is enough. You keep dying. You're going to one button macro jail. You no longer have to do your rotation. Spam your one button and watch your feet. I could see that situation happening. If that's happening to you, then might need to take a good look in the mirror and get your shit together. But I could see that happening for sure.
That we want to give you the tools to kind of go through that organic progression naturally.
Great. But so the rotation assist doesn't come with a penalty or anything like that. That's just we're going to show you what your next button is.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very similar to the Hakili add-on. It's kind of reflecting, just the latest kind of established theory crafting, and it's something that we would continue to update, with spec changes and class changes over time. Ideally, it all's born out of the idea that we've seen a valuable tool that players feel like they should be looking outside the game to download, and we'd rather just reduce the barriers to that and make it available to everyone.
Okay, yeah, because there's two parts of it, right? Like the advanced is, I want to really go into this, is the one button thing, but that's not necessarily everyone that's going to use this. Like I think this game, especially new players getting into it, there's a lot going on within a particular class, and you can be a little lost.
It's really good for
trying
new
to figure out
players.
Exactly what I should be pressing. So even just using it as like as a guide to start learning your class and move off of it eventually, but just having a base understanding of what actually should I be doing at a base level of this.
That's really exact.
I think that's a good, like, glorified, like, sentiment of how it's going to be used. But realistically, it doesn't tell you why you're pressing those buttons. So I don't know if there's necessarily any learning that's going to happen. Because you need to understand why you're pressing the buttons, because it's not always a locked-in rotation, right? You're not always going to be pressing your sequence of 8 buttons in that exact order all the time. Sometimes there's going to be things that you swap around, or if there's a mechanic that's about to happen, or you have to move out of something. You might hold off on pressing this button here because you need to press it somewhere else. So are you really going to be learning? There's so many interactions between all of your abilities. Like when you look at talents, right? And how a talent can affect so many different abilities, and two talents can work together to do something else. That all influences the order that you press your buttons. So I don't necessarily know if this is going to fulfill that purpose. It might. It might. I know for me it won't, because I tried to do that with, I think it was Windwalker Monk in Shadowlands. I tried to learn how to play Windwalker, and I was using something like Hakili. I don't know if it was Hakili or like Tell Me When or something, but I didn't quite understand why I was pressing things in that order. I was just like playing whack-a-mole, right? It was telling me to press this button, so I pressed it. Then it told me to press the other button, and I pressed it. But I didn't understand like what the setup was. Why was I pressing that button there? It was to get this buff, which is then going to help this other ability do something different. So we'll see. We'll see.
The motivation on our end. I mean, especially with warbands and War Within, we see lots and lots more alts, and leveling is pretty quick. You got a bunch of warbound until equipped gear that you're passing over to a new character, and just jumping into their full rotation. We've never played the spec seriously before, can be a pretty serious undertaking. And for some people, this may be enough for them, and that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling that just recommending what the next ability isn't going to really remove that or fully solve that. There's still the muscle memory that you need to form, and then all of the nuances of like, we might have a recommendation for a rotation that makes sense if you're fighting a target dummy, you're fighting patchwork, but when you need to plan around the fact that you're going to have to move in 4 seconds, that's a whole different layer of skill that still rests with players.
Yeah, I know when I'm trying to, play a new spec for the first time or haven't played it in years, it often feels like I've got like a 30-minute checklist of, okay, I got to set up my keybinds, got to make sure, oh, this ability's changed since 2 expansions ago, I got to rebind that. And
what he just described there is why I have such a hard time playing alts. Because I go through that, I load up my alt, I log in, and then immediately I feel like, okay, I need to do all these things. I need to fix my UI, first of all. Then I need to figure out what talents I should be using. Then once I have all my talents in, I have to see what abilities I now have, on top of the baseline things. And then I have to figure out, okay, where can I put those on my bars that's going to be the most efficient with my muscle memory, and how are they going to relate to the keybinds I've set up on Havoc? Sometimes it doesn't line up one for one, right? Sometimes you have more or you have less. You need to create extra keybinds. And then you have to like learn the rotation too. You have to learn the rotation, and after all that, I get halfway through that process and I'm like, fuck, I could just be playing my Havoc and having fun doing that. So I definitely, I could see this being useful for that, for sure.
And then I got to go and read some guides and figure out how all my new rotation works, and here's how the new set bonus works. So I could see it being really nice to just have this is a way to jump in to some content to do with your friends and have it work out nice and easily. One thing that jumps out to me is that
it also should be mentioned, this isn't going to work for tanks and healers. So I wonder what's going to happen if this gets turned on for those classes, if it's just not going to work at all, or if it's going to give you a very, very suboptimal result. I'm curious to see how they approach that.
A lot of the content I'd want to do would be like delves or keys. And in either of those cases, there's a lot of AoE.
Yeah.
Is this going to have are we going to detect whether we're fighting 3 targets, 5 targets, and is it going to cast my Arcane Explosion instead of my Arcane Blast, or is it just always going to be a single target?
It's not just single target. There is, some sense of, how many enemies are within your range, in front of you, etc. And so that will affect the recommendations. Again, the goal is not.
That's a good feature that they're adding, where it's dynamic and it's constantly scanning for how many enemies are around you in combat. There are other things that do that. I know Hakili does that. There are weak ores that do that, but they're really resource intensive because they're constantly checking around you. So the fact that this is going to be happening server side, Really good. Really good. That'll clear up some resource. You know, it just that, and like it is actually going to give you an accurate or a bit more accurate recommendation as to what to press. Like it's not going to be telling you to press your single target thing when you have a group of 8 mobs in front of you. But then this leads us to the other thing where it's like, okay, what if, even though we have 8 mobs in front of us, what if 7 of those are little shitter mobs that don't matter? And you really need to be focusing your damage on one big prio target. The combat assist is probably going to be telling you to just mass AoE, which causes problems, right?
Optimal. The goal is not like this is going to, okay, everyone's always going to get perfect parses and so forth going forward. But as a baseline, this should be, it should be useful the same way that many, many people find Hakila useful today. And really, like a lot of this building on the foundations of the cooldown manager that just came out in 11.1.5 kind of reflects us hearing people in the community telling us that they feel like they need to seek out these third-party resources just to play the game at like a baseline effective level in competitive content. And us asking, like, is that where we want the game to be in the long term, and what can we do to build in native solutions to many of these problems?
Like the base construct of it, there is a, this will help you learn what you're supposed to do if you are new. And then there is a, hey, I don't want to be the best player at this game. That's totally fine. I play it for a different reason. I want to collect things. I want to like understand the story. I want to quest. I want to level, right? And I don't want to feel like I can go into any content and I just don't really know what I'm doing. I feel anxious about that. Like you have the ability to just be like, okay, well at least Blizzard's got me. I can have something at a base level where I can press one button and just kind of hang out and play the game. I have one question.
The other thing, the one button macro, it does exist also. Like there are ways that you can get that. There's this thing called GCE. I forget what the acronym stands for, but I see videos for this all the time on YouTube where like you can download, I guess it's an APL that you take and you import into this thing, GCE, and then it gives you a one button macro. Isn't that an illegal add-on right now? I'm not sure if it's illegal because it is an accessibility thing and there are people who actually legitimately use it for that reason. But there are people who also use it for the wrong reason. But I guess the question is now, is it actually against TOS? Because now Blizzard is implementing it, and they're explaining their reasons as to why. And they seem to be okay with those reasons. So has it really been illegal or against TOS all along? Who's to say? I don't know. But it is something you can do in the game right now. I've seen this one guy in particular, I forget his name, but he makes videos for every class and he gives you the APL for that class and spec. And yeah, you just press one button. Yeah, the main difference, I guess, between that and this is with this one, they're adding the GCD delay. So between every button or between every ability in your one button macro, there's a 0.2 second delay between your GCD. So over time, that's going to add up and add up and add up, which will be multiple GCDs missed over the course of an entire fight. So that's the main downside of using this. This is why it's not going to be viable for every single person to use. So just keep that in mind when you guys are like learning about this and maybe getting excited about this and thinking, oh, raiding is going to be so much easier now because I don't have to think. While that is true, you're probably going to be at the bottom of the meters and your team will hate you.
Question about the actual rotational thing. So is that going to like change with talents? So like, let's say, is it going to work off the base talent build, or let's say you select a talent that now moves a AoE button into your single target rotation? Is it going to be smart enough or planned to be smart enough to incorporate a bunch of different potential talent builds?
The goal is that it's aware of your talents, and the logic is conditional based on what you do or don't have talented. As with, this is going to be something that continues to evolve. We may not have every single possible permutation accounted for in the version that we roll out with, but it should still be very useful in that form to everyone, and we'll just get refined from there.
Like my concern with this would be like, what if there was some scuffed build that had like, a Fire Inside, Essence Break, Fell Barrage, and Glaive Tempest. I don't even know if that's possible, but you know, what if there was some strange combination that somebody decided to use? Is that actually going to work with this sequencer? That might be a bit too much. That's a lot of milestones or capstones to get. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, if we take a Fire Inside, is it going to tell you to just like spam Immolation Aura in AoE, or is it going to spread them out? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this too much. Maybe I'm getting too in the weeds with it.
There, similar to the cooldown manager that we know is like, that is a first take at this. We have plans to add much more customization, much more functionality to that over time as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting feature individually. The thing that's most exciting to me is in the broader context of the cooldown manager, of all these other edit mode changes that have come out. You know, there was a time 5 years ago in WoW where if you were just getting into the game, there was an intimidating list of these are the add-ons that you need, and if you're not using these, you're kind of worse, right? Like you're noticeably worse. If you can't track your group member's major cooldown, right? Like you're worse at Mythic Plus than somebody who is, right? And it seems like the goal that has been accomplished with a lot of these things that have been coming into the base UI is you can use those add-ons if you want, but we now have a native way to the game that you don't have to get an add-on.
That is pretty much exactly our long-term philosophical goal here, right? Like, add-ons are amazing. The things that the community has done over the last 20 years to allow people to experience different aesthetics, different functionality, have information available at their fingertips, like, that is a huge part of WoW's success, and we don't question or want to undermine that for a moment. At the same time, like, as you said, ideally it is about what do you want? How do you prefer to have things presented to you, and not what do you have to do? What is a group mate or raid leader or whatever telling you you must download? Or if you ask people, you know, hey, how can I get better? I'm really struggling at this. The first answer shouldn't be, well, download this add-on, this add-on, and this add-on. Otherwise,
My answer is download my Havoc Weak Aura pack. Download the Weak Auras add-on, then go to this other website, wago.io. Go in the search bar, type Jedith. You'll find a bunch of different Weak Auras there, but find the one that is the most up-to-date Havoc Weak Aura pack. Click on it, click on import code, then go into the game. Now you have that Weak Aura add-on that you just got. You have to go into your chat and type /WA, and that'll pull up a window. From there, it might be a little intimidating, but click on import at the top, and then you're going to paste in that code you got from the website. And then, after you do that, you're going to have all of these buttons on your screen. And from there, you're on your own. Okay, you figure it out from there. I can see how that would be very confusing for a brand new player.
otherwise you're doing it wrong. Because that's starting to get into that mandatory place, whether we like it or not. So yeah, I think, you know, longer term, these initiatives kind of fit into part of, you know, how we're thinking about the role of add-ons in WoW. You know, as we can probably all agree, today, there is a sense that if you want to really be the best you can, if you want to play competitive content, there are certain add-ons that are required, that are simply going to improve your success over not having them, period. We would like to get away from that being the case. And I think I'd love to see a WoW one day where you can still customize the aesthetic look of your UI, you can have information and quest helpers and all the other things that you might want to have to make your experience a bit more seamless. But that at the end of the day, when you're in competitive content, when you're queuing up for a rated PvP match, when you're going into a high key, when you're trying to get a first kill on a raid boss, there isn't the sense that you are, you know, just holding yourself back if you're not using specific tools. We know that there's a lot of work to do to get to a place where that could be the reality. The first steps really are going to be continuing to build up the just right out of the box functionality that World of Warcraft offers to shrink that gap. But at the same time, I think we're aware that at the very end of this process, we probably are going to have to rein in some of the functionality that add-ons currently have to do like real-time in-combat problem solving specifically, where it's like automating, coordination, communication in ways that are always going to be better
This
than
is important.
anything the UI could natively provide you as long as they remain possible.
Yeah, so that moves us into like raid bosses where I don't want to name any names, but there are people who have optimized a little bit of their own fun out of the game sometimes. I don't know where any of them might be sitting. They could be anywhere. They could be in this room with us.
Hey man, I am the like #1 let's just YOLO this. Let's just
Right.
do the fight. Let's make it work. And then sometimes it gets to let's try to make something that could be 95% successful, 100 or 99, right? And there's a lot of frustration with the tech involved with that. I would definitely be. I think a lot of the rating community would be pretty for that. You know, I think a well-designed mechanic.
I
that
agree.
The game giving you enough information to solve this on your own realistically. A lot of the times the community will just use one because it's like what everyone else uses. It gets you in the same place. But if that doesn't exist and the game is giving you that information, it's objectively better, right?
And even if you are doing it very well, you know, manually, it's always going to be better to do it perfectly in a competitive situation. I mean, having watched, you know, your raid leading, for example, over many, many years over the Race to World First, like years ago, you would call much more stuff verbally.
Very
like
true.
going back to,
Yeah.
you know, Legion, BFA era, whereas nowadays it seems like if there is something you're calling repeatedly on attempts, the first thing you're doing is asking if, hey,
Trying to
can
automate it.
we automate this and get me out of the business of talking, which seems like it might be less enjoyable for you as a raid leader.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, if we're talking about that, I could talk all day
Sure.
about that. Yeah. No. I felt like you certainly had more of an impact when you had the ability to, you know, influence the fight more. But the reality is just getting some way to automate it for your players is just better. You know, it is funny. Like when I do that now, I think, you know, well, what else can I be doing with my time? I could be like looking at other ways to optimize, and it's purely for the sake of getting better. So yeah, for my own enjoyment, yeah, that's sweet. Let's do that. I'm trying to wonder also about those kind of mechanics. So like what bosses have existed in my head, I think in the past couple of years, there's not many, but have been defined by when we're progressing this boss, we feel like maybe we're progressing a week or
Some major ones
something
recently.
like Brood Twister or Echo of Neltharion or Jailer maybe was one of the first ones, right? And those mechanics, I feel like could not have been done or probably would have been nerfed without weak auras or having that effectiveness of that reduced. What do you do as a fight designer now? Do you I know you're obviously like really passionate about raiding. You've raided for a really long time. Do you have to avoid those kind of assignment mechanics? Are there things in game you can use to like naturally sort out?
So yeah, before we get further into this, just to explain what they might be talking about here, if you might not know, a lot of bosses in the recent past have had mechanics that are most easily solvable with an add-on that essentially just does it for you, right? So on Jailer, there was an overlay add-on that would come up and like tell you exactly which hole to jump in. With Lords of Dread, there was a weak aura or a macro, I forget which, it was probably both, that allowed you to figure out very quickly who was the person you needed to kill. When you all got like mind controlled, there was a very specific person you had to kill to get out of the phase. Echo of Neltharion, to assign where each bomb person was going to go to what wall. There was a mini map that would come up for that. Farak, yeah, like a lot of these bosses had the only way, well, not the only way, but the best way and the most efficient way to solve a mechanic and deal with it was to use these weak auras or add-ons that just straight up told you where to go. And, you know, ultimately, a lot of people will say, hey, that's good because we get the mechanic done and then we don't have to think about it. But that's not what the point of raiding is. That's not why these mechanics are put onto bosses. They're not put there to just be completely mitigated by an add-on or a weak aura. Like, they don't design bosses that way. They don't put a mechanic on a boss thinking, hey, the only way that they're going to have to deal with this is some big brain is going to have to make up a weak aura. They don't do that, and they don't want that. And realistically, we don't want that either, because there's a lot of problems that come with that. There's a lot of, you know, inconsistencies with weak auras, and there's a lot of actual, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Customizing in a weak aura to set up a list to say, like, okay, this mechanic has to go to these specific people. There's things that can go wrong. People have the wrong versions of these add-ons and these weak auras, which can cause inconsistencies between players. Then you spend half the raid troubleshooting that problem rather than actually just progging the fight. And then, yeah, on top of that, a lot of them are very resource intensive when it comes to your computer and your FPS and just the more things that are happening on your end at the same time, the less performance you're going to get out of the raid or out of the game. So, and for a lot of people, their FPS is directly correlated to their performance in raid. Like, I can attest to that myself. I know if I start losing a lot of frames in raid, everything feels sluggish and it starts to just feel off, right? As a very quick, a very high APM DPS class, I'm very used to a certain pace. And you get used to a rhythm of something. And as soon as that rhythm changes, ever so slightly, the whole thing feels off. Your GCDs start to feel different. The whole tempo of everything is different, and that can affect your DPS massively. So, long story short, what they're saying here is they want to avoid that happening in the future. They want to take away some functionality of weak auras, of add-ons, which will then kind of force Blizzard to actually design mechanics for raid fights that aren't going to require that are going to be a bit more, solvable by actual communication in your raid, or more like just coordination in terms of movement, that type of stuff.
Those things, like, do you give more time for the mechanics? Like, do you have to stray away from assignments in general because the community has just, whether you like it or not, has like trained themselves to have something solve that for them? Do you have to like go back into like a more simple version of that? Do you find other ways to make fights difficult? There's obviously a bunch of ways to do that.
The way we design encounters has been influenced in significant ways by the way players use add-ons. I know, the community sometimes
This is what we just talked
speculates
about.
that, this was built clearly to require an add-on. I can say that's never the case. No encounter designer is ever sitting around saying, all right, we're going to make this mechanic, and then players will write this weak aura to solve it this way. All right, mission accomplished, let's ship the boss. But when we're thinking about the overall pacing of a fight, the tuning, we might get feedback on a fight that it feels like there isn't enough going on, when in actuality, there are 4 or 5 mechanics going on, but add-ons are largely
a good point.
compartmentalizing and making it so that most players don't have to think about them most of the time. And then players give us feedback that, hey, this fight felt a little bit slow, like I was just punching the boss for 3 minutes. And so then maybe we add another mechanic in the next iteration of that, or a similar encounter. We get to a higher overall complexity space.
So it's a catch-22, right? We're simplifying the mechanics on bosses, and because we're simplifying them for ourselves, it feels like there's not much going on, and the fight becomes a lot easier. So then Blizzard has to go back and add more mechanics on top of what we're already dealing with, the ones that are getting solved instantly by these weak auras, and the mechanics just keep piling up and piling up and piling up, and eventually you get to a point where you have too much happening at once, and it just becomes an absolute clusterfuck. That's why swirlies on the ground are on every single fight, because it's like one of the last things that Blizzard can do when they're designing a fight to add a bit of difficulty. It's one thing that like they can just throw into the mix, that just bumps up the level just a little bit, and that's pretty much all they're able to do. Their hands are tied, because everything else that that they could potentially do or put into a fight could be solved by a weak aura.
Where there's just, you look at the dungeon journal and you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and maybe half of it doesn't even matter because add-ons are going to handle it for you. I think that's not a great place for things to land. It also definitely ties our hands in some ways. Like, I think we do fewer coordination mechanics than we used to. Like, there used to be, like, if you look at old school WoW days, there were encounters where, like, the primary challenge for your raid was by design coordinating some rotation. And the execution beyond that wasn't super complicated, but making sure that this thing stayed soaked, or that you were rotating people through with their debuff or whatever, that became a big part of the fight's challenge. Now we know ultimately that that can never be the thing that we lean on for challenge, because it's going to be solved, and it's not going to be solved through what we think of as the more just interesting MMOE, like communication, cooperation, figuring out systems for having these things work in a way that feels collaborative. It's going to be downloading the weak aura pack, setting it up appropriately, maybe having 3 or 4 frustrating wipes because there was a typo in the configuration, that's not what I think anyone really wants raiding to be. And so we move away from making those mechanics as much, and lean more on things that add-ons can't solve for you, like moving out of a swirly under your feet with only a little bit of time to respond. I don't think it's a coincidence that more and more of our fights have those sorts of just like twitch reaction, avoidance mechanics, whereas that used to be one type of fight that we did. the design space is definitely constrained by the knowledge that, you know, if we lean on it too heavily, it's just going to get trivialized.
Some of my favorite WoW raid boss memories are bosses like Mythic Unat, Mythic Anduin. You know, you have to spread out and then you get these marks and you have to go to the right places. And there used to be definitely a library of mechanics like that where you would get them and then you'd have to think and you'd have to have like a system and you'd have to have 20 players sort of coordinate and become one team that doesn't.
Those types of mechanics are super rewarding to do. They take a little bit to figure out with your raid team, but once you start actually nailing it, it's so fun and rewarding to actually like move as a team, and you know, everyone just knows exactly what to do and you're coordinated like a little army. It's super rewarding to do that. And a lot of those types of mechanics, I know this might turn off a lot of people to say this, but a lot of those types of mechanics are what Final Fantasy bosses are. Those are I would say they're like the complete opposite end of the spectrum, where everything in the Final Fantasy XIV raid bosses is like a dance, right? It's all movement, it's all coordination. So I'm not saying it has to be exactly like that, but incorporating more of those things, I think would do a lot of good for the game. And like we just said, it would open things up for them to not have to artificially boost the challenge and difficulty of a raid boss solely by just adding swirlies. They would have other ways that they can actually do that.
A mechanic like that, and the fact now that add-ons take on much of that job of coordinating us, I think that almost all the Mythic Raiders I know would be delighted to move back to a world where we did that in our brains, right? But in Dragonflight, we saw a little bit of an attempt to make that happen, right, with the private aura system. And what ended up happening was we still had the weak aura, but now we also have a macro that we need to press, and then the weak aura will assign us the same thing. So
Zuso, thank you for the tier 1.
Worried, how's
Hello.
the arms race between the, you know, the weak aura devs trying to come up with a new way around the restriction that you're putting in? Is this just a further escalation in that?
Hopefully not. I think our goal here is kind of disarmament and definitely not further escalation. I think we understand that if we, you know, we're not going to try more little targeted things like that are going to encourage workarounds, and it just ends up with this back and forth. Because yeah, if there is a way to solve a complex.
So what I'm getting from this is they're saying, you know, we tried a light approach with private auras. They tried it, and again, we just found a workaround, and you know, we're just dealing with it in a more complicated way, I guess. What I'm getting from this now is that they're going to go all the way. They're just going to say, hey, this is our stance. We're drawing a line, and this is what it is from now on. So I feel like they're not going to be doing little changes here and there. It's going to be a big just line drawn in the sand where, okay, this is what's allowed. This is what we're blocking. This is the information you guys aren't going to be able to pull from for your weak auras and your add-ons, which I think is the best way to do it. Honestly, it's going to disrupt a lot of things. It's going to upset some people, but it's the only way that they can actually make this a thing for good. If they keep doing little changes here and there, people will find ways around it. There's always a way around.
Complex mechanic, but you have to jump through a couple of more hoops to do so. You'll do that, and then just be more annoyed by the process. Our goal is to try to, you know, get out of that space entirely, and so I think down the line eventually that may mean, I think, you know, some broader restrictions on specifically what information add-ons have access to about combat events in real time. At the same time, we know that that's not a thing that we could just do right now without providing a lot more on our end, both in terms of, you know, just UI type functionality, but also looking at how we're designing some encounters, how some of our classes work. You know, I think there are tons of add-ons that are.
That's very true. A lot of things need to change if they're going to do that. A lot of class design has to change. A lot of UI elements, like I think nameplates 100% have to happen before they can make that big change, before they can rip that Band-Aid off. Nameplates need to be fixed. Because that is, I would say, the one element of the UI that's falling behind the most. Compared to everything else that they've started changing, the nameplates are the weakest point. So I think before they make that big sweeping change where they just limit everything, that add-ons and weak auras can see, they need to fix those things. And even just class design. I think class design needs to be reined in a little bit in terms of complexity. And not even just complexity, but maybe like how many things need to be tracked at one point and how we track them. Because having to look up in your buff window or your buff bar to see certain buffs that you have, and they're short duration buffs. So where they're placed on your buff bar is constantly shifting. And I think they're trying to remedy that with the new what do they call it? The cooldown manager. But again, they need to add some more customization to that, where you can choose what you want to track. Because right now it's just it's kind of told to you what you can track, rather than being able to choose what you want to track and how you want to track it.
Healthy and valuable and really important to how players play the game that do rely on that flow of information. Everything from something as simple as damage meters to, like, you know, honestly, boss time, like ability timelines, like the DBM style, like when is this next ability going to fire, that people have basically been raiding with forever.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the like computational weak auras. That's just, hey, this ability is going to happen in 15 seconds. Like, we want to build in our own version of that. Like, I think like down the line, we'd love to see a play.
That's really encouraging to hear, right? They want to build in their own DBM, their own boss timers. And it's not an unheard of thing. Like, if you look up a game like Fellowship, they did exactly that. And they even called it DBM, which I don't think they were allowed to do. But they have their own boss timer system in the game. And I think that's a great idea. You know, it gives you so much information that you need to successfully do a boss. Because if we didn't use DBM, how would they be like, how would we as a raid team be parsing out when things are going to be happening? Are we sitting there with a fucking stopwatch? You know, like, the boss timers are so crucial to being able to do a fight, that I think, yeah, it would be pretty dumb to not include that in this whole like reworking of their UI. So that's really, really cool to hear that they're going to be putting in their own boss timers, assumedly for every boss in the game. That's sick. I'm excited for that.
Place where there is a boss timeline as just part of the encounter UI, and that's not something you need an add-on for. And that way we can hopefully eventually get to a point where we're really just cutting out the weak aura that solves the mechanic for you, but not the informational stuff that you feel like, it really feels like the game should have been telling you all along, where add-ons are, admittedly, you know, kind of filling in some gaps there.
Okay, so coming in 11.1.7, we're going to have the rotation helper, those two options. What of the rest of this initiative, is any of the rest of this in 11.1.7, or are we just starting the conversation now?
I think there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. I think, yeah, we've seen the cooldown manager and then the rotation assist coming. I think down the line, it's some of the stuff that I touched on. I don't have specific patch dates right now, but we are looking at damage meters. We're looking at nameplate improvements. We are looking at, you know, like a raid encounter information presentation that shows you timeline of boss ability.
So they're working on their own version of damage meters, right? So their own details. You won't have to go get an add-on for that. That's going to be baked into the game. They're working on new nameplates. So hopefully, if they do it well enough and they add some customization, maybe, you know, whitelisting, blacklisting buffs that you can track. If they do that, if they make it good enough, you won't have to use Plater. You know, they're going to include boss timelines. You won't have to use DBM. You won't have to use bigwigs. This is exciting. This is exciting. The main concern is, will they do it well enough that it can be a replacement for those add-ons? That's the big question. Because as of right now, the cooldown manager is not quite good enough to replace a class weak aura pack. It's not quite there. But they did say that it is just the bare bones of it, and they fully intend to iterate on it and improve it over time. So I would expect to see even more versions of the cooldown manager in 11.1.7. Obviously a lot more in 11.2 for the new raid. I think they're going to try to get a lot of it sorted out before then. So yeah, I guess in the distant future, all of these things will be implemented and hopefully iterated on enough that it can replace all of these other add-ons.
Abilities coming up. things in that general space. I think we're looking at all the places where players say right now, you need this weak aura, you need this add-on to be competitive, and asking ourselves, like, how do we change our game to make that not the case? And some of that's going to be add-on functionality, or UI functionality. Other aspects are going to be looking at how we're building some encounters or how some class mechanics work. Like, I think it's super fair to point at some specs, like let's say Outlaw Rogue, who I know are easy one to pick on in some of these ways, and ask, like, how is anyone really supposed to execute this perfectly with the base UI? Almost any time we're tracking like stacks of a buff, and you need to make a decision where it's like, if you're between 4 and 7 stacks, you should do this, otherwise don't. Those are not reasonable tests for us to be posing to our players without providing them the information to do it correctly. And so we need to either provide the information, simplify the mechanic, or both.
There are a lot of players who love the version of Outlaw Rogue that has existed over the past few years. So I think there's always some fear when this discussion starts up of, is the answer going to be to simplify everything? And I think it's really exciting to hear instead that the answer is, okay, we'll maybe simplify some of these huge outliers, but we're going to bring in the functionality that makes it so that instead of needing to download a weak aura to solve this, right, instead of needing to have a complicated assistant tell you, now you're supposed to press this button, now you're supposed to press this button, instead we're going to provide that information in a more clear way than...
Yeah, so you don't want to simplify the class to a point where you don't need any help whatsoever. But you also, if something is super, super complex and kind of ridiculous, then yeah, they're going to pull that back a bit. But ideally, the way that issue is going to be solved is just having the information provided to you in a clearer, more concise way, rather than having to pull back the mechanic and make it just completely trivial.
Looking at the top right of your screen to see your buffs and trying to catch the rotation buff between all the other 20 that are changing in combat.
That's definitely the goal. I think we want World of Warcraft to be as approachable as possible, but we also love that the skill ceiling in the game is as incredibly high as it is. That allows for tons of differentiation and self-expression and accomplishment. But I think a lot of, at its core, a lot of skill in WoW I think boils down to multitasking ability, and like even just you might be able to do amazing damage just testing it against a target dummy. Very different world when you're also in an encounter and need to do 3 mechanics at the same time. And we see, tunnel visioning DPS are a meme for a reason, right? They're just focused on their rotation, and whoops, they just messed up the encounter mechanic, or vice versa. Someone who is good at mechanics, but their DPS goes off a cliff. Really, like, the function of a lot of these add-ons is to offload a portion of that computational complexity. And we recognize, like, if we are removing some of that functionality, we're providing more information, we can probably remove a couple of mechanics, but still keep the same level of challenge. The goal is not to make it easier. The goal is to make it less complex. And I think that's, I think it's a key distinction there, because I think it often can sound like, oh, this is about, this might be about dumbing down the game or simplifying things. It's not that. It's about trying to create a more approachable baseline experience that still has every bit as much room for differentiation.
When you were talking about add-ons that things have been in the game, been inspired by it, you mentioned a damage meter.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in just what your view is, philosophy-wise, about damage meters in games like this.
That's a great question.
This is very, very important, because games like Final Fantasy XIV, they've taken a hard stance on this themselves, right? They have said, hey, we don't want any add-ons. We disagree with the concept of damage meters because it encourages a toxic environment in groups and in raids, and just in, the way that people compare themselves to each other. So this is very, very important, because this is where WoW is going to differentiate itself from a game like that, where they're not just, giving people the go-ahead to use damage meters. They're going to fully embrace it and bake it into the game. So this is wild to see.
And I think ultimately we have to be guided by what our community prefers and what we see them doing today. The single most popular add-on used across the entire game is a damage meter by like a fair margin.
Okay.
The majority of players, the large majority of players, have a damage meter add-on installed. And so that indicates that people want to see that information at least about themselves. We definitely want more nuanced measures of success and understanding, like how successful were you, or how much did you contribute on this run, highlighting things like interrupts, highlighting things like avoidable damage to give a fuller
That would be cool. So if you go through a dungeon, right? You do it like a key with a group. And instead of at the end of the dungeon, all you have to look at is the damage meters, the overall damage meters. What if it gave you a synopsis of how many successful interrupts everyone had, each individual person, how much avoidable damage they took, how overall damage, of course, how many maybe like external cooldowns they used for their team. There's a lot of different things that they could highlight, and all of them are actually important to the success of a key, but people don't actually look at it. All they look at right now is the overall damage and who is on top. That's all anyone ever focuses on. So if they can bake this into their their damage meter system that they're going to put into their UI, if they can have like at the end of a battleground, when you finish and the big window comes up and it shows the list of people, how much damage they did, how many kills they got, something like that. Something like that. That would be really cool.
Picture of performance. But at the end of the day, I think for someone who's trying a new spec, trying a new talent build, getting a new trinket, and they want to see like how did this affect my performance compared to the last run, that's an important piece of information to have. And so I think we know that in any world where we were going to limit some of the ability of add-ons to like again do that real-time combat event tracking, we would need to provide a damage meter solution of our own. And I think one of the exciting things, I think if we're doing that on our end, we can also have it be server authoritative, so you're not worried about like who's in a different combat phase, who's out of range, or whatever. Yeah. It could just be like, this is official and going to be accurate all the time.
We're obviously mostly thinking about Mythic Raid when our brains go to how this is going to affect things, but the overwhelming majority of players are in heroic raids, normal raids, raid finder raids, doing Mythic Plus dungeons, right? When we're talking about making these changes to what WeakAuras can do, is there an appetite for changing how heroic and normal raids function as well? Like, do we see these problems in there as well for what add-ons can do and how they solve things?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it all trickles down, right? I mean, I think maybe even a larger percentage of players doing Mythic Raid might use specific WeakAura packs than, let's say, normal. But those add-ons are used by the majority of players right now, and certainly other boss mods are as well. I think a lot of it just comes down to what are the coordination challenges that we're presenting. If there's something that everyone is relying on a tool right now to assist with, we would have to change it to still keep it the same level of challenging, but without that same automation assistance. And that can take many forms. It can be there's one or two fewer things to soak. You have an extra couple of seconds to like actually spread out on the fly. It's a pretty common mechanic of like, all right, 3 people get a debuff and they just have to like run out in different directions from each other. People have been just kind of playing the game and doing those for years and years. But of course, if you can like, if the time you're given to react is so tight that you can't afford to do that,
right,
then people do gravitate towards, all right, we're going to put diamond, circle, and triangle on the ground. Everyone's going to get an auto-assigned marker, and you just know like, I'm going to run to my marker to guarantee.
Like Ovanax eggs. Ovanax eggs is like the best example of that, right? There's, on Mythic specifically, there's certain eggs that 2 people have to run to. I think there's like four different eggs, and you need 2 people to go to each egg, and these 2 people specifically get a debuff that they need, or a bomb type of thing that they need to drop on top of this egg. The best way to solve that, to just not have complete chaos, was to put down markers and have a WeakAura auto-assign each player to go to a marker. And it just completely trivializes that mechanic. Like, obviously people are still going to fuck it up because there's other external things that can get in the way, but the fact that that is how you do that mechanic is kind of ridiculous.
Guarantee that it's executed correctly. I think it's a bit more interesting if we give you a couple of seconds so that you can look around and make sure you're not running in the same direction, and then do the exact same thing. I mean, at the end of the day, raiding in particular, but group PvE, group PvP too. Like in an MMO, a huge portion of, I think, the fun of it is just coordination, communication, feeling like everyone's working together to overcome some challenge in front of them. And I think getting back into a space where there's room for more of that organic collaboration, as opposed to it just being like regimented and solved by an external tool. I think like will open up a lot of design avenues for the game going forward.
Throughout the last couple years, especially in Mythic Plus, that had been ramping in complexity. You've seen, and actually even if you can go back, like you can see the amount of things that people have in their UI to help them know that something's happening. So like back in Power Auras, it was, you know, there was just some giant, some giant face on your screen would pop up, and that meant that something procced. And then it's gotten more, you know, refined. And now, even in the last, it's been ramping the past couple of years. You see like, you listen to someone's POV who's doing High Mythic Plus right now. You're going to hear AOE, dodge, frontal, circle.
Yep.
Like
That's me.
it's just every bit of audio
That's me.
aid they've used to, you know, it's in the idea of being optimal. It's not required. And especially this patch, I think Mythic Plus complexity has actually gone down as an intentional design point, it seems at least. I think you might have made a post about that. So that stuff is less required, but people have like kind of already baked that in the UI. Is that something that you're looking to either have an ability to have that in the game, or is that something you don't want to have happen, where it's more like you're organically doing mechanics because you see them, or are you okay with all of the audio and visual aids that exist currently within add-ons?
I think the answer is mixed there. I think like audio prompts are something that are super valuable to people. That's something we want to.
They should put audio cues into the cooldown manager. If you want to use them, if you don't want to use them, you can just uncheck the box. But give us a box to check, and then a drop down of different, you know, sound effects that are already built into the game. You don't have to go and download anything else. You don't have to get like voice packs or anything. But you can just like assign one to one of the cooldowns that you're tracking. I think it's, yeah, it's 100%. I would say they're going to do it. I think they even say it in here. But yeah, it's cool that they can keep taking these things that players have, you know, tried to use to solve problems on their own, and they're like, oh hey, I see this weak or this add-on's doing that. We can do it better. They don't always do it better, but they try.
Continue to add support for on our end as well. Like we know we've got feedback we've gotten around the 11.15 cooldown manager would be that many people would appreciate being able to have audio prompts tied to certain things or procs firing, and that's something they would miss about weak auras. We want to make sure that we're offering that kind of thing as well. Beyond that, I mean, I think a lot of what we've seen is, frankly, us not doing a sufficiently good job of telegraphing the importance of certain mechanics and their impact, and players needing to come up with solutions for them externally. Ideally, you know, there's a concept that we call affordance, which is basically just what is, like, how well is something telegraphed? How intuitive is it with visual presentation? And ideally, the affordance of a mechanic should match its impact. And sometimes, yeah, if you have a random mob in a dungeon pack that has a frontal that will just delete you if you're not getting out of the way of it, and it's just one thing going on among a half dozen other things, why? And why? Like, how could we call that out better with visuals, with a longer cast time, with how we're creating the pack in the first place? And that's just one example of one of the areas in which we know we can do better. You know, something else we've talked about on the UI front is we would want the ability to, on our end, flag mob casts in Mythic Plus as like lethal, as like this should be a high priority interrupt, because we know players are going to basically look to solve that anyway. If there are 3 casters in a pack, and 2 of them it's actually kind of okay.
As of right now, the only way they can do that is through the actual like telegraph or visual representation of that spell cast in game. They can't do it on nameplates because we use replacement nameplates. But maybe in the future, when they do, you know, put in their own adaptation of better nameplates, they can do something unique with the nameplates themselves, whether it's color coding or putting a different frame on a mob, either just all the time or when it's casting. There's a lot of different things that they can do. But right now, they're kind of limited to just the actual graphic and the visualization of that enemy.
Okay to let them free cast, but one of them, if they ever get a cast off, you're probably going to wipe. They shouldn't all just look indistinguishable on your screen and us expect you to figure that out on your own.
They did that in season 1, right? Wasn't there like a couple casts or like super giga you die death volley or something?
Yeah.
And they had this big animation.
The Arcara casters where they hunker down, there's green glowy stuff around them, and they're casting a volley, and you're like, all right.
Yeah, exactly that.
You can be playing WoW for 2 days, and you're like,
That's not happening,
that can't happen. Yes.
But I'm looking forward to an M+ then, where if we're talking about maybe taking away my ability to air horn myself on a certain cast, something like that. If instead I have to be now looking at a mob and there is a sort of a visual language that I can come to expect, like if the mob is hunkering down and it's got particle effects around it, that means I got to kick it. I think that would be more fun for everybody as well, rather than having the air horns be the solution.
Definitely.
That is entirely our hope, right? I think, and to be super clear, I think we see the taking away part, the restricting functionality, as the end of this long road. I think we know, we want to make it very clear, we're not sitting here being like, all right, we want you to play the game the way we intended, and we're going to take away your tools. We just want to bridge that gap. And we have a lot of work to do on our end to keep building up more improvements, more functionality. And it's not just the UI. The VFX changes that you mentioned are a part of that overall effort of us asking, what are the places where players feel like they need add-ons to succeed? Why is that the case? And when it's like, it's not clear when you're standing in something, and so I need, GTFO or some other, sound effect to let me know that I'm standing in something lethal, it should be obvious. Let's fix that on our end. And we know that we want to keep chipping away at those things and hopefully eventually get to a point where really the only difference between what we are offering and what powerful add-ons can do is that small subset of like computational problem-solving stuff, at which point we can move forward.
So throughout the evolution of private auras, we've seen, initially when they came out, they were like kind of, a lot of friction was involved. And then I think they were done really, really well in a couple of cases, starting in Amir Drasil, where they were a mechanic like P1 Fire Act. You had the circles you had to quickly spread out for. They were pretty fast, but they were too fast to use a macro for it. And it basically forced the players into something they would have used a weak aura for, to just do the mechanic normally. And like, are there lessons you've learned there of like, this is actually how we can design mechanics or kind of assignment things going forward? And then also, is this, if done successfully, would this also remove private auras as what would have been, I guess, kind of a temporary solution to the weak aura problem?
Yeah, we've definitely learned a lot from how private auras have rolled out. Certainly we understand that if we're ever using it on something that like is on a long enough time frame that macros are going to let you solve it and it's punishing enough to not solve it, all we're doing is creating an extra annoying hoop to jump through.
Exactly.
And we like hotfixed off the private aura designation from some of those back in Amir Drasil, and we've let that shape how and where we use or don't use it going forward. And so yeah, I think examples like the Farak mechanic that you mentioned are ones where like when we know that everyone is on a level playing field, everyone just has to play the game, play the mechanic. We can tune it accordingly so that it's hard but doable. We'd like to be able to do more of that for sure.
Yeah, I see the Fire Act first intermission, which was a private aura and then had to get hotfixed off of the private aura, as sort of a cautionary tale for if there's a mechanic that is only doable with the weak aura assignments, and then we take away that without giving an adequate replacement, then it's worse than doing nothing at all. What would a mechanic like that look like in a world where we don't have a computational solution to it, right? Would it be slower and fewer sets of like lower damage numbers on these things?
I think probably a bit of all of that. There's multiple knobs there. There's, on Mythic we might default to like everyone in today's world, everyone in the raid has to participate in this, and there's enough things to be soaked that if anyone isn't doing it, it's not going to work out. Versus
that's something that happens now, like you said. Like the thing that I can think of is seed soaks on Tindril, where you would get upwards of like 18 different seeds, and if one of them wasn't soaked, it was a wipe. So that's what they're trying to stray away from, because that's what they're sort of being pushed into doing now, and that's not something they want to do in the future.
Shifting to a world where there's a little bit more slush, things are a little bit slower, there's a little bit more time to react, to get into place organically based on which buff you were assigned, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, our goal here is to preserve challenge, and we know that we'd have to design encounters differently in some cases to deliver roughly the same level of challenge in terms of how many pull counts it takes, just what progression looks like, while living in a different mechanical world. And I know that when we talk about,
because they're talking about this now, this kind of leads me to believe that they're intending to take on this approach for Midnight. Because if they weren't planning to, adopt this sort of way of thinking until the last Titan, I don't think we'd be hearing about it yet. I think they're trying to at least, plant the seed in our mind now that, this is what the game is headed to become. So that's pretty exciting. We can start seeing some of these things even, maybe even in the next raid, potentially. That's very true. Maybe in the next raid, but at the very least, like next expansion, which is not that far away.
Restricting any kind of add-on functionality many players very rightly, kind of reflexively say or ask, well, how am I supposed to do this boss in this tier without my weak aura? That would be impossible. And the reality is, if you couldn't use that weak aura, that mechanic would be designed or tuned differently. We would have ended up nerfing it right away or designing it differently over the course of even just PTR testing. And so that's like any future design in this space will have to be built from the ground up with that in mind. And I think it's making it a little bit more forgiving in a way that makes the challenge human rather than superhuman, as it often is when we're looking at like cutting edge mythic tuned things. Because I mean, you guys are really good at the game, as it turns out, and we want to make a boss that is going to pose a challenge and is going to take you dozens of attempts, let alone 100+ to beat. We do have to take into account the fact that not just you, but every Mythic raid guild that's going to follow in your footsteps are going to be using these tools. And at the end of the day, I think players do want challenging bosses. That if we just tuned the boss around none of those things, players used all those tools, and they went in and like a late Mythic boss was dying in a single night for like a cutting edge guild.
Sounds familiar.
500 or whatever. That probably doesn't match what they're looking to get out of Mythic raiding. In my estimation. And so like our goal is to keep the same overall level of challenge while paring down the complexity a little bit.
Even if you look at the history of bosses this would have affected, you actually, even looking at Mythic Plus, something where the complexity has gone down from pack to pack in this patch, but the reality is you can still find challenge in it because it's infinitely scaling, and you will get to a point where it's doing too much damage to you, or the amount of damage you need to do is too high. There's been Mythic bosses that have been simple mechanically, but have been unbelievably difficult, and that's been true all the way down the guild ranks. It's not something that's just nerfed by gear.
Sludge Fist.
Sludge Fist, Kai
Great
Vesa,
example.
where you've created really
Kai Vesa is probably one of the best fights that we've had in years. Nexus Princess Kai Vesa is a sick fight. On Mythic. On Normal and Heroic, it kind of got trivialized, but dude, Mythic Kai Vesa was so much fun to prog.
intricate problems to solve where weak auras basically didn't matter. Halandris, you actually put a bomb timer very clearly in the game.
Halandris,
around the
great
bomb.
example
You did not
again.
need a weak aura for one of the hardest bosses ever, right? It's more just basically the solution for these weak auras has been just a very specific kind of assignment mechanic that is just like, oh, it's just so much easier to do this, right? You could build in a lot of that computational stuff in game to where even if weak auras existed, you would find people just being like, I don't know, the game just kind of does it. We have players that don't use audio sounds in weak aura packs because on bosses like Skarn, on most other bosses, there's like either an in-game sound for when the bombs are actually activating or a voice line. We have 2 players in our guild that use very minimal weak auras, and they literally listen to voice lines for when mechanics are going to happen, and it's extreme.
And by voice line, he means the actual like boss voice line. So when you like go into your audio settings in game and the options, you have the dialogue slider. If you turn that up to 100%, you'll hear the voice lines of these bosses so much clearer, and a lot of them coincide with mechanics when they're happening. I'm not saying you should do this, because it can be a little annoying, and it doesn't always work. But it's definitely something you can do, and it is something you can rely on if that's like your preferred way, I guess.
Extremely accurate, right? So I think a lot of these things are already built into the baseline game. It's just about choosing like when and how to apply them.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think your example, going back to Nathria of Sludge Fist, I think is a great one, right? Like a lot of that was just practice and just learning like how to react to these situations when chained to different partners and dodging the stuff. And people were in enough situations over enough time, they kind of develop that muscle memory, that sense of planning, and eventually your guild as a whole overcomes the challenge.
It's all repetition.
We'll say the Stone Legion generals that came after it, a couple of issues there, but like one of the central mechanics that was being solved by weak auras was like, all right, there's a whole bunch of soaks that need to be covered over the course of the fight. And it's not realistic to have that like 7 to 8 soaks up simultaneously, where you need to also account for like, well, this person just got targeted by different mechanics, so they need a backup to go in and do it for them.
Yeah, so it sounds initially like it's, we're restricting what add-ons can do, but really we're opening up the universe of mechanics that can exist in a WoW boss without, because there are so many that you could think of right now where all of them would be, this is going to get solved by this, right? This is going to get solved by this, but if that's not the answer, then now the designers have all these tools back, and we can get these mechanics that maybe haven't been used since MOP because we've been weak auring them ever since, and now we get to solve them with our brains again.
And he even mentioned too, he said like, well, there's a lot of swirlies now.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like, oh, we can always default to this and a few other things because you know you're not going to solve that with WeakAura, so we can add fights where that's not a thing. But you remove that, that friction of there's too many swirlies goes away. And I think there's assignment, like doing a lot of these assignment bosses without a WeakAura that could work would be like really fun. Like it's fun to do that. It's fun when you have 5 people that need to soak something, like the last phase of Gallywix. There's a frontal on a side of a room and 2 people die. And right now WeakAura is just like, okay, well then we're gonna sign backup. So these 2 people get a big green thing on their screen, go soak that. That is something where that fight is spread out enough where you could actually communicate that. We need 2 people on the right to back up because 2 soakers are dead. Who can do it? This person says something, this person says something. Now obviously you're not gonna have that kind of communication like heroic and normal. Maybe it won't be in comms, whatever, but in Mythic, that's perfectly reasonable, right? A lot of the things, like we could probably count honestly on 1, maybe 2 hands over the last like 4 or 5 years, how many bosses would you meaningfully would have to have a mechanic change, but they are very impactful, very memorable, and they have been purely defined by that. Are you worried at all about the communities, and this has certainly been ramping up over time, like you mentioned even for us, we were much more just do the mechanic 4 or 5 years ago than we are now. Are you worried that there has been this built-in reliance on it that might be hard to shake when creating new raid bosses?
It's a good point.
Absolutely. And I think that some of that.
I think that's true. I think it is going to be a concern at the start that the vast player base of people who do raiding, even do Mythic Plus, have gotten to a point where we are so reliant on these external WeakAuras or add-ons telling us the information, not even just telling us the information, but telling us what to do, that once that's kind of stripped away, and we have to use our brains a little bit more, we have to maybe look at the information and then decide what to do rather than having the information in front of us and also being told what to do. I think you'll see a shift in like how players perform, who stands out in raid, who doesn't. It's going to be a bit of a learning curve, I think, and a period of adjustment for a lot of people. But I think, again, it's for the best. This is for the better health of the game. And dude, I'm really, really excited to see what this turns into, because as of right now, like I've been saying for a little while, like raiding just hasn't felt all that fun to me. But if there's going to be more mechanics involved in raiding that just feel more rewarding to do, maybe that could reignite my, I don't want to say my passion for raiding, because I don't know if I have a passion for it, but, reignite my excitement to be there every night.
That gets back to us knowing that we need to really ease into this, that any world where we just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and say, all right, have fun,
honestly,
we're in a new world, as opposed to, building up more built-in functionality, starting to have clearer visuals, simplify some mechanics, and then building counters and to have classes designed around a world where we know that this isn't possible. As long as people are set up for success, I think we'll be fine. Certainly, if we were to disable any functionality and then players went into a new tier and we're just wiping to bosses and they used to clear heroic comfortably and now they're brick walled,
just a clusterfuck.
heroic. Yeah, players that would be a source of tremendous frustration. But we know that we need to avoid that by any means possible, and we have a lot of work to do before we get there.
Something that really encourages me is the ping system. That seems like such a perfect way to give us an option to identify where we're going, right? You can just ping where you're going, and then you don't have to, try and communicate with words. Hey, I'm going to move over to the left 20 yards, right? I just ping where I'm going, and that opens up an ability to solve these, again, in a YOLO style, right, rather than an
I
assignment.
think your guild did that.
Yeah.
So the Echo of Neltharion, right?
Yeah, we just pinged it.
Yeah, so famously, everyone
Yeah.
had the maps for that. Here's your exact spot you go, and then his guild was like, you know what, everyone just ping your spot. Mostly it gets covered. People go to the same spot every pull. But if you see 2 pings in a spot, 1 person has to move, right? And that could largely solve a mechanic with just something that's already built into the game.
As long as you still have enough time after you notice 2 people are in the same spot or 2 people have pinged, as long as you still have enough time to readjust and someone else moves to another spot. If you don't have enough time, that's when a WeakAura becomes 100% necessary.
Yeah, I think and the ping system is something we've also talked about looking to improve and to kind of broaden the sorts of things you can do with it to give people more tools to solve these problems in a coordinated way, but using their own skill and expression instead of another tool.
When I think of World of Warcraft, I'm always thinking back to when I first started playing the game, and there was this really exciting moment where I looked at it and I'm like, oh my god, I can make this game look however I want, right? Like I can put this here, I can have an add-on that tells me what time it is in London, what time it is in Darnassus, right? I can have all the world clocks there if I want. I can have 3 different bars at the bottom of my screen. I can do whatever I want there, and to me that's always been a strength, not a weakness of WoW. So I think there's a lot of people that disagree with me on that, but then there's also people that they hear about Blizzard thinking about restricting add-ons and they're worried about losing that. Is there any intention to go after any of that kind of customization?
Not whatsoever. And in fact, we're doing everything we can to, and we would do everything we can down the line to minimize any collateral damage to them. But the goal is anything that's cosmetic should be completely fair game. All informational stuff that's out of combat, like, again, you have RP add-ons, help things that are tracking, helping with professions, tracking gathering nodes, helping you with quests, like, you name it, a bunch of accessibility add-ons, all of those, like, there's nothing harmful whatsoever about any of them. The only thing is, at the very end of the day, once we feel like we've done enough on our end to improve baseline functionality, what we'd be looking at is the ability to parse real-time combat events in a way that drives, problem solving on the fly.
So it's kind of, we build the scaffolding to then be able to take away the existing weak aura solutions that we have for these. How much of this is, so the thing that's excited me also about edit mode has been, it's so clearly based on what the community has learned over 20 years, right? It's like, oh, the community has revolved around this as a solution for presenting this information. Let's give them that base in the UI rather than making them download something. How much of this initiative is still going to be based on what the community says, how the community reacts, versus which of these things are already kind of locked in decisions?
I'd say basically nothing here is locked in.
Okay.
Really, my hope today is to kind of begin a conversation about that direction and what areas are welcome, what areas maybe have more to do to convince the community on, and what areas we might be wrong on and should, reconsider. Because I think at the end of the day,
it's good that they're open.
Belongs first and foremost to our millions of players. We're trying to serve them as best we can in the long run. And I think our sense is that for many players, the feeling that they have to download and use certain add-ons in order to play the game competitively isn't really part of what's attractive about the game or healthy in the long run. And so if we can pull things back to a place where add-ons are available for those who want to use them, but people aren't feeling pressured by their groups, by just the natural demands of competition and not wanting to lose out to someone who's using more advantages, then that's going to be the healthier route in the long run.
So if I was the kind of person who wanted to write a 10-paragraph forum manifesto, this would be one of the topics to do it on, right?
Absolutely. We'll be reading, we'll be listening. I think this is a long path ahead. And yeah, just, curious to kick off the conversation and hear how people feel about it. So Rotation Assist is coming in 11.1.7, which is going to be hitting the PTR in the very near future. Can't wait to hear people's feedback as they're able to hop on and check it out. We'll be listening closely so we can make it the best it can be for everybody. It's also been amazing to just get a chance to talk through kind of the history of add-ons in WoW, where they are today, and where they might be going in the future. Thank you guys for coming out. It's really been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us here. Really looking forward to see what the community has to say about how much they want more of these casts, maybe monthly, maybe bi-weekly, weekly, whatever you guys think, put it in the comments.
Daily?
Daily? You said it, it's not me. Thank you so much, Liz. This has been really, really awesome.
So I think it's super important to acknowledge that they did an interview like this. This doesn't happen. What this is right here, this has never happened. This has been a full production, 43-minute interview with Ian. That, obviously was probably a little bit scripted, but they didn't avoid answering the tough questions. Usually, especially with interviews with Ian, it's very, very on rails. They only cater to questions that are positive and in a good light and, not asking the hardball questions. But in this one, they absolutely did. And dude, it's good to see that the communication between the community and the devs is improving. It is improving. There's still a lot of work to be done. A lot of, I think, smaller things could be better. Like acknowledging that there might be bugs in the game when the bugs are there, telling us that they're working on them, maybe telling us why the bugs happened. I get that some of that information isn't necessary. Sometimes the player doesn't really need to know that, but even just acknowledging that the bug is there and saying like, hey, we see it, we're working on it. That would be more than enough for me. But yeah, this is great. I'm really excited that they're starting to make these changes in the game and that they have a vision for the future, because this type of thing is what makes me excited for the future. If we were going to have another expansion ahead of us, if Midnight was just going to be another War Within, I don't know if I'd be that excited. Like, it's the same thing in a different coat of paint. But this gives me hope that the feel of the game, the challenge of the game, the reward and the satisfaction that I get from playing in all different types of content is hopefully going to improve. So really looking forward to this. And yeah, let's go on to the PTR and check out the actual rotation assist now, because that's going to be interesting. So I have to download the PTR. Battle.net. Okay, let's turn the music back on for now. .717. Can't update while Warcraft is running. Okay, I need to log out. Okay, that React video is going to be pretty fucking long. I think that was over an hour. I have the old tier set on PTR that resets Blade Dance, and it does prioritize it as well for now. Yeah, I mean, that's just probably, you know, Blade Dance is pretty high in the priority list. So anytime you have it available, it's going to tell you to press it. That makes sense. That is how you treated those procs anyways. Anytime you got a proc, you just full sent it. Yeah, it's going to be a big video. The impression I got is they're working with theory crafters to keep the APL in line with what is currently being used. Hopefully. Hopefully, but maybe not. Maybe not, because it's not always the theory crafters themselves who are in charge of the APL. Like, it's different. It could be different people. But yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see the difference, if there is any difference. Yeah, because like there's room for error in the APLs we have now. Like, we're finding mistakes in the Havoc APL constantly. I would say over the past 2 years is when like there was a larger initiative started, no pun intended, by the Havoc community to really fix up our APL. And we've been constantly changing things. So there's room for error in those APLs, and then it'll be curious to I'll be curious to see how it matches up with the dev designed APL. Because also you have to consider, like, if the devs are just grabbing the APLs from the theory crafters, they might not want to just trust the theory crafters, like, because there can be mistakes, right? So this is a customer facing product. They have to make sure that what they're giving the player is accurate. It's not supposed to be the most optimized. Yeah, and I think we're going to see that as soon as we log in here and take a look at it. I think we're going to figure that out real quick. I haven't looked at your screenshot yet because I want to see it for myself. I'm downloading the patch right now. I think it's taking longer because I'm streaming to 3 different platforms right now. The download's taking a little bit longer. It's at 30%. How much is the PTR? How much what? They could do machine learning AI. Oh, space. What I'm downloading right now is 1.06 gigabytes. Place for hours on it, and we'll understand, the AI will understand the rotation for sure. Yeah, but you also have to remember, you know, players aren't always perfect either. What's the plan? Try some of the new season of D4. Nice. Have fun, Raging Wolf. I've heard a lot about that season. Good and bad. But let us know how you like it. They can just build it off the best players. I mean, yeah, I mean, you have to remember, like, even the best players, they're not robots either. Yeah, their margin of error is probably a lot smaller than, like, mine. But they're not perfect. But maybe with enough, like, consistency, and, like, they're doing it consistently the proper way. But then how do you tell the AI what is right, what is wrong? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Okay. Download complete. We're launching. Oh, flashbang. Fuck. I think it's WoW 2. Oh my god. Social contract. Why is Jedith PTR level 44? Delete this one. Is he the one that got stuck? I don't know. I'm in Shrine of the Seven Stars. Maybe it was... Oh, I think it's a time walking. Not time walking. Remix. It's a remix PTR. Okay, where is Demon Hunter? Right there. Yeah, I think it's remix. I think that's what that hourglass means. think. I could be wrong. Oh god. Okay. So, I guess I should turn the cooldown manager on first. So I haven't even tried that. Assisted highlight. Okay. Edit mode. Cooldown manager. Let's put the buff tracker here-ish. What's this? Tracked buffs. Is it only those 3? Essential cooldowns, utility cooldowns. Can actually move this probably right here. Okay. Why did it move it down? The fuck? Oh, because it was attached to that. Got it. Sure. Okay. Oh god, my keybinds are all fucked up. You can make that in 2 rows? Yeah, I actually am gonna do that. And I have to fix my keybinds. Everything's fucked up. Holy shit. Edit mode. 6. Okay, and then options, key binding. Oh, I think they're all okay. They're just in a different order. I just need to do that. And I need to put a mount on my bars. Okay. My cast bar's in the wrong spot. God dang it. Cast bar. Okay, that's annoying. It won't snap to the middle. It snaps to an edge. Snap to elements, turn that off. Okay, good enough. Target dummies. Let's go into, yeah, single target. Okay, so it doesn't tell you how to open. So you got to kind of figure that out on your own, right? So let's Annihilation Aura Sigil. It's not telling me anything. Oh, it tells you on your action bars and not on the cooldown manager? Oh my god. I was looking here. So, wait a minute. They're giving us the cooldown manager so we don't have to look at our bars. But then we get the rotation helper. Only works on our bars. Okay. Right, so Leasing Decree, I-Beam, Essence Break, Blade Dance, Throw Glaive. Huh? Throw Glaive. Yeah, it's not telling me to VR. Oh, I think it's not telling me to Chaos Strike because I have a macro for Chaos Strike for some reason. Oh, but it was doing it for my Throw Glaive. Where's Chaos Strike? Down there. Okay, Leasing Decree. I-Beam. Essence Break. Blade Dance. Sigil of Flame. Throw Glaive. Fellblade. Fellblade. Okay, what about the Hunt? What about VR? Okay, it's telling me to use Chaos Strike now. Sigil of Flame. I guess it just assumes you're spamming Chaos Strike when it's not lighting up. I-Beam, Annihilation Aura, Essence Break, Death Sweep. Okay. Yeah, meta. The Hunt is too dangerous for the civilians. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Okay, so single button assistant. Cast a rotation of damaging abilities for use in combat. Abilities used through the single button assistant incur an additional 0.3 second global cooldown. So either this is an old build and they changed their mind to make it 0.2 and they got that in the video, or after the video they decided to change it to 0.3 to make it more punishing. It can go either way. Either they found 0.3 was too punishing and they dropped it to 0.2, or they felt 0.2 was too good and they've now changed it to 0.3. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so let me put this on my bars. Right click that and it shows you what buttons it uses. So is this a priority system? Does it start from the top and go down? Or bottom up? I guess now it's telling me to use Reaver's Glaive, so it's bottom up. It was alphabetical. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, but now Reaver's Glaive isn't on this list. Oh, because I don't have the ability Reaver's Glaive. I only have it when I have enough soul fragments. Okay. Alright, so let's see. One button. Go on blasting. I have nothing to press right now. Yeah, it doesn't like Chaos Strike. Or VR for that matter. Because I'm short on Fury. I need to VR. Here, let's do this. I have an idea. Okay, so here's the big button. We can watch it to see what ability it's telling us to use. Okay, Sigil of Spite to start. Immolation Aura, Sigil of Spite, Eye Beam, Essence Break, Death Sweep, Chaos Strike. Okay, yeah, I was just out of range. Yeah, it's manually pressing Throglaive, and then it gets stuck because I don't have any Fury. It's getting stuck because it's manually using Throglaive. And I have Furious Throws, which makes Throglaive cost Fury. Well, I guess if I didn't have... Oh, but I do have Screaming Brutality. Yeah, it should know. If I have Screaming Brutality, it's not worth... No Fellblade. Is it because I don't have Fellblade on my bars right now? Like, do you need the ability on your bar for it to register? I wonder if that's the case. Okay, Sigil Flame, Chaos Strike, Essence Break, Blade Dance, Chaos Strike. Yeah, no, now we're stuck. We're stuck. And it's not, yeah, it's, okay. So it's not pressing Fellblade to scoop up the soul fragments either. What if... Does Demon's Bite scoop them up too? Actually don't even know. Fellblade consumes. So what if we untalent Fellblade? Just put that there. Okay, so now it's... Oh. No, it still says Fellblade consumes up to 5 nearby soul fragments. See if it uses Demon's Bite. It does not. Yeah, it's just not on the list. Huh. This just doesn't work. I mean, it works, but like, the rotation's getting stuck because there's no builder. And now with this build, we don't even have Demon Blades to build Fury. We're just waiting on Immolation Aura. And Sigil, I guess. I-Beam. Okay. So let's change this back. They forgot it was an ability. It seems like it. Okay, so if we go like AR, Mythic Plus, Low Mover, what happens here? Let's go over to the AoE pack. Gonna Fellblade in. Oh, because my bars changed when I swapped specs, or swapped builds. Okay. Well, so what's the difference with this build? Telling me anything different? Nope, all the same abilities. Oh, fun. That down there too. I-Beam. Seems to be about the same. Kind of the same deal. Not VRing. Not Fellblading. At least it's not recommending Fellblade. But I feel like I got a Reaver's Glaive somehow a second ago. Is that just from the soul fragments expiring? They don't want to throw people around with VR, Fel Rush. Yeah, like it couldn't work that way, right? Like, because it also depends on your camera and how your character's facing. Like, it's not going to move your character for you. So maybe it just expects if you're gonna use the one button macro that you're gonna play an appropriate build for it. Like, you just wouldn't play this build. You wouldn't play movement for damage. You wouldn't play something with Fellblade, but it's also not suggesting Demon's Bite when I take that, so something's wrong. Yeah, it's not using the hunt, which again kind of makes sense because it's a movement thing. It made you do Blade Dance first, Chaos Strike later on Eldrazi combo. Maybe I need to move closer to the mobs. Let's try this. No, yep, Blade Dance. Yeah, I mean, that's just because Blade Dance is higher priority. But that's not necessarily what you would do in that actual Reaver's Glaive combo, right? That's one of those optimal things that they probably don't really care about. Yeah, I can fill out a bug report. Can say... Havoc DH 1 button assist does not use Fell Blade or Demon's Bite. If you look at the cooldown manager, Fel Rush and VR are under the utility spells and not damage. Yeah. They said it's going to react to your number of targets. Yes and no. So think of it this way, right? If it was an ability we only pressed in AoE, it would prioritize it first. If it was an ability we only pressed in single target, it would prioritize that first. But the fact that we still use Death Sweep in single target and in AoE, it's not gonna... Like, that logic isn't there for it to know, you know, anytime that you do the Essence Break combo or your Reaver's Glaive combo, that has a different set of rules than the baseline logic. I mean, it can be baked in. It definitely can be. Like, we do that in The Sims now, but I think maybe they just haven't gotten that far yet. Or, yeah, or you might be right, Dan, it just never will be that complex. The rotation assist in one button mode probably only looks at the damage rotation spells. Doesn't explain why. It's not using the hunt or meta though. Right. Okay, so if we get rid of... See, this is strange, right? Oh, that's just because I was out of range, I think. The one button assist was doing something different than what was being recommended, but I think that was a range thing. I was out of range, so it said maybe, yeah, it says to use, well, even still, this should change. Okay. Well, let's keep this up here. Let's move that, and then let's put Fellblade. Although Hunt and Meta might just be a DH thing because they're also movement spells. It is, yeah, that's very true. The Hunt is a movement spell. Meta can be targeted and be a movement spell. I don't know if it's maybe getting tripped up because I have it in a macro, but I doubt it because it's not doing that with Throw Glaive. Right, so here, it's telling me to press Immolation Aura, but the one button is using Reaver's Glaive. Looks like the one button is stuck. Yeah, okay, so the one button assist just got hung up on Reaver's Glaive. And until I pressed it, it didn't change. But now, yeah, okay. Weird. It's like one of them is updating dynamically, the other one isn't. Like here it's telling me to press Fellblade, but the one button didn't. Throw Glaive, yeah, see, it's getting... Oh god. Okay, so the rotation assist does work with Fellblade. So it's not all movement abilities that aren't working, I guess. Well, this one's... Whoa, that was telling me to interrupt. Oh, now the Hunt is lit up. The Hunt was lit up for a second. I saw it. The one button is no movement. Yeah, it seems like it. Okay, I-beam. How did I get the Hunt to light up? What were the conditionals on that? The Hunt is at the bottom of the prio list. It's not even on the list. Okay, what happens if I press meta? Okay, it didn't tell me to press the hunt there, but I just pressed it. See if we can, like, poke it back into recognizing it or something. There had to be some reason why it lit up. It lit up my interrupt, too. Which is strange on a target dummy. BM can parse. Oh my god. Wonder if it has to do with movement. Will it not tell me to hunt if I'm close? Maybe I need to be far away? No. It's just saying Fellblade. Maybe it was just a bug. A little glitch that lit up the hunt. Oh, VR's lit up now. Why is VR lighting up? It's on cooldown. Yeah, I'm confused. Check details, probably doing more than normal. Huh? No way. I'm really set on trying to figure out why it's lighting up some abilities that aren't on the list. The list is for one button. Okay. All right, but then, okay, so my question still stands. What are the conditionals for it to finally suggest VR or the hunt, because it's done it twice now. Like, is it a movement thing, position thing? Does like everything have to be on cooldown for it to default to that? There, see? It's flashing. Why? And once it comes off cooldown, it's probably going to stop. No? So, it's lit up twice when I've used it manually before it said to use it. I can't get the hunt to light up again. One button duel? Okay, but movement? What's the rule for movement? One button only? Okay, so we just stand on flat ground. Come up here. Right next to each other. We only press one button. Dude, I'm a monster. I think maybe I slightly cheated because it dropped my Sigil of Spite like a split second before the duel started. I didn't know it would do that. One button but move. Okay. All right. Okay. Movement, like, can I VR? Can I Fel Rush? So, I keep hitting you when you're chatting. It understands execute prio and destro. What are we doing on PTR? We're testing the rotation assist and the one button. So far, not so good. But it's, you know, the first iteration. Like, it's not recommending anything really. The Hunt, VR, Fel Rush, Meta. Oh, I can't trade you, Dan. So you're unfriendly. One button, one button, one button. Too strong. I need to make it so we can add some spells into the rotation. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it does. It's supposed to reflect whatever your talent choices are. So maybe, what if I take Tactical Retreat? Maybe then it would tell me to VR? I can't. I have another build with it. Felscarred Raid. Let's see what it does here. Felscarred. We're going to do the single button first. Annihilation Aura, High Beam, Essence Break, Death Sweep, Chaos, Annihilation, Annihilation. Sigil of Flame. Yeah, okay, so it's not even like pressing meta, it's not VRing, it's not proccing inertia. It's telling me to manually press throw glaive even though I'm Felscarred. I also think this might be a problem. I think it might interrupt I-beam channel. We have to test that in a second. Okay, so I'm gonna I-beam here. I'm gonna press the next button. Maybe it didn't. Oh, I think it did cancel it there. It pressed an Annihilation immediately after I-beam, and I think it canceled the channel. Let's see again. Maybe not. No, it definitely is, because I don't have Furious Gaze. Pretty sure. I have Furious Gaze, right? Yes. Okay, now let me try fully channeling an I-beam manually without interrupting. Yeah, Furious Gaze. So if you spam the one button, it cancels your I-beam channel and you don't get the Furious Gaze buff. DH. One button. Assist cancels I-beam channel with next ability when spammed. I guess there's no way around that, but results in no Furious Gaze buff. I don't know if there's anything they can do about that, but yeah. The throw glaive makes no sense. Right, yeah, it's manually pressing throw glaive. And it's not using the hunt, it's not using VR, it's not using meta. Which is pretty important, because I do have inertia. So we at least need to be doing some of that. Doesn't do Fellblade. Okay, so one button assist aside, what if we just use the regular, like, recommended ability, rotation assist? Sometimes that's different from the one button. I-beam, Death Sweep, Sigil. Yeah, see, that was bad. Oh no, because we didn't do Essence Break. That's fine. Right. So it gets to here and just nothing is lighting up. I guess it doesn't light up Chaos Strike. I-beam, Immolation Aura, Essence Break, Death Sweep, Throw Glaive. Now I should be Chaos Strike. I-beam into Death Sweep, into Throw Glaive. Yeah, I feel like Chaos Strike and Blade Dance, Chaos Strike and Annihilation aren't on the list. Throw Glaive is for some reason. So for Warlocks, if you pick the Hellcaller hero talent, it won't cast Wither, but if you spec out of it, it will use Corruption Immolate. I don't know what that means. Is that good? Is that a good thing? No, it's bad. Okay. Havoc DH. The Hunt. Vengeful Retreat. Metamorphosis. Fellblade. Chaos Strike. Annihilation. Are missing from Rotation Assist. Is that what it's called? Rotation Assist? Sure. They'll know what I mean. I've seen enough. Yeah. Same. I mean, it'll get better for sure. They'll fix it up a little bit, but I don't know how they're gonna do it for Havoc. Like, that's kind of my concern with the one button thing. Like, it's just gonna have to avoid all the movement abilities. The one button macro won't be able to use the hunt. It won't be able to use VR. It won't be able to use Fel Rush. Probably won't be able to use meta unless they make it meta at target. I guess I could use the hunt because it would just lock onto your target. But yeah, VR. I don't know how they would do that one because that requires you to be positioned properly. Same with Fel Rush. And also, doing VR into Fellblade might not work with the delay, the imposed delay. But there's already a delay, I think. Yeah, it's just a short GCD. I think it's like 0.5. So it might work. It might be okay. Yeah, they're gonna improve this, most definitely. But also, like you said, I don't think it's going to have complex rotations baked into it. Like, even if it doesn't do inertia or exergy or any of that, that might be intended. Maybe Demon Hunter or Havoc is just one of those specs where, you know, either you play it properly or you play it very, very minimally. Does Hakili use them? I don't know. I would imagine so. It does. Suggest VR, Fel Rush, big CDs. Yeah, I mean, it could just, I don't know, maybe they have a different vision for what this is. It's like kind of the same thing, but maybe their vision is a little bit different, right? Since VR puts you out of position. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm kind of thinking they have a little bit of reservation when it comes to the movement things. Things that lock onto your target, like the hunt. I think that's fine, but it's also not working. The hunt isn't working, so I'm not sure. They could make meta lock on to the target, or maybe just meta in place at player. Because they do that with sigils. For the one button macro, the sigils are placed at your target. Meta to target would be so sick. Yeah, it'd be an added benefit that regular players don't get. Okay, so what if we do something like... What if we take Glaive Tempest? Let's go AR no mover. Take off Essence Break, put on Glaive Tempest. Oh, it's making... Why is my Shadow Meld lit up? You take Demon's Bite and see what happens? I've already tried that. It did not like Demon's Bite. Meld on rotation, it knows. Yep. Meld is part of my opener. Okay, so let's see if it recommends Glaive Tempest. Where's that ability? Glaive Tempest. Eye Beam. That's sweet. No. It does not see Glaive Tempest. Yeah, so it doesn't see Glaive Tempest, it doesn't see Fel Barrage from what I understand. The Hunt. Probably because those are like just conditional talented abilities that they haven't baked in yet. That would be my guess. They probably just have the core rotation abilities down. Except it's working with Sigil of Spite. Who knows? And Reaver's Glaive. Still wants me to press Shadow Meld. Would probably be a good idea to leave out some niche abilities like that, introduce the core rotation to help new players, but leave those niche things for personal interpretation. Yeah, yeah. I think for the one button, that's probably going to be the case. I would think, though, for the rotation assist, they would be put in. I don't know if they work off the same logic or not. Sometimes they seem off. They'll suggest different things. That could just be a bug. See here it's suggesting Chaos Strike. Down here it's suggesting Sigil of Flame. Here it's saying Reaver's Glaive. I think that might be fucked up because I have a macro there. Where's Throwglaive? Am I blind? Oh, it's Reaver's. Yeah. Okay, so it's lighting up now. It's also saying Fellblade too. Oh, now it's not. Yeah, it's still manually pressing, wanting me to manually press Throwglaive. Seems like Fellblade is lighting up when it's on cooldown and not when it is available. Okay, I pressed Shadow Meld. If you go into meta, does it change your recommended? Let's see. No. It's kind of like this. So, Fellblade. The hunt lit up there. Why did the hunt light up? I got a Fellblade and the hunt there. Oh, Fellblade again. Fellblade again. Sigil of Flame. When it recommends Fellblade, if you wait for your autos to generate resource, will the Fellblade recommendation go away? Well, let's see if we can get another Fellblade. Oh, you think it might be a Fury thing? That's very possible. Let me stop pressing Immolation Aura then. No. Oh, okay, it's lit up. Why? And then I mouse over it and it goes away. I think it's a bug. I think it's just a bug because I haven't had the hunt light up again. Yep, Fellblade. The one button mode will not cast a Shadow Bolt at all on demo. Holy shit. Okay. I mean, I don't know if there's much more we can test here. Seems like there's only a select few abilities that are hooked up to work. Some of the other ones, I think, are bugged. I think they're lighting up for no particular rhyme or reason. We need details. I want to see some of the classes output. Yeah. It'll probably be working later tonight. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much more to test. Wonder how Pharaoh will perform because of snapshotting. Oh, probably pretty bad. It'll be interesting to see though. Yeah, if we get details, we can kind of compare. What if like these are actually just giga builds, giga rotations? They're actually doing more damage. We were wrong all along. Well, the canceling of I-Beam is definitely a problem. So it cancels Furious Gaze. CD manager versus bar discrepancy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they're working off different logics or if something else is happening. I actually don't know. Dude, it's so funny that with the one button rotation, the skill expression is not pressing, not spamming I-Beam. That is the skill expression of this. If you see I-Beam, click it once and stop. Now go. Min-max that one button. Hell yeah. What if I work in some other abilities? You know? Well, that doesn't work. Let me put both. Am I testing GCE? No. This is built into the game now. This is on PTR. Does this work for healers and tanks? It'll work a little bit better for tanks. Not perfectly, but healers, I don't think so. Yeah, dude, what if I just, like, mix in a few movement abilities here or there? The only movement I need right now is VR. Get rid of Glaive Tempest. It does know Essence Break. It likes Essence Break. Actually, let's do this build. fill in the GCD gaps as you learn, and you lose the penalty and speed up the rotation helper. Yeah, you have to be careful not to spam it, because then it takes priority over your manual presses, I think. Alright, let's see. Oh, I did. Okay, yeah, I don't have Essence Break here. One button DH. Yeah, that'll get you into groups. That'll help the cause. This lag is pretty bad too. Scroll wheel DH. Oh, I didn't even think about putting on scroll wheel. Yo. Okay. Mouse wheel down. Okay, this is sick. Love it. Oops. Ooh. Sit back and blast. Oh yeah. Oops, I canceled my I-beam. Didn't get Furious Gaze. Rip. I use scroll wheel down for Chaos Strike Annihilation and up for Reaver's Glaive. Throw Glaive? Oh, I keep... Okay. This is kind of dangerous, though. So I have mouse wheel down as the one button. Mouse wheel up is Fell Rush. Sometimes after I pull it down, I bring my finger back up to get on the scroll wheel again, and I press mouse wheel up, so I end up Fell Rushing. Need to exaggerate the movement. Oh, I noticed VR was lit up there. It seems like it only lights up after I press it. I just got used to always being able to scroll my main ability spells to get them off quicker. I can see that. I used to do that on Prot Warrior. For, what was the ability? Heroic Strike. So many new tunes. All right. I do have to get going, guys. But I think we tested enough here. We've seen that it kind of works, kind of doesn't work. But the base is there, the foundation's there. I can see it maybe getting a little bit better. I do have questions about how it's going to work with movement abilities and whatnot, but time will tell. It seems like for a lot of classes, it still needs a lot of work. So, as a first iteration, kind of cool to see the functionality of it. But yeah, still a lot of work ahead of us. Ahead of them. Not us. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to get going. I'll be back tomorrow night. We'll be doing keys tomorrow night. We're actually doing a 4-person stream together stream. It's going to be me, Abaddon, Cam, and Touchpad. So I don't know what we're doing. Probably just doing some baby keys or whatever. But there's going to be 4 of us, so it should be fun. All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow night. Have a great day. I'll see you next time. Peace.